meeting. My sincere apologies. I am just trying to move to a more conducive place so that I can probably chair the meeting. So I will log out of this device soon and re-log on. Hajira, can I check if we have a quorum for us to start the meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you notice of the meeting and thereafter take us through the apologies, please?
Morning, Chairperson. The notice display.
Hajira, did I lose you? I see the notice of the meeting. It's the adoption of committee minutes of the 13th and 17th of March, then an update by SAPO on future sustainability and BRP exit, presentation by CSIR, and a presentation by DCDT, and ICASA on the future use of spectrum. Could you take us through the apologies, please, Hajira?
Morning, Chairperson. We have an apology for the DG. The Minister is online, but then the Minister needs to leave at 10:30. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'm aware that we have an apology from Honorable Subrathi. He will be joining the meeting. However, he is on an oversight visit to the Auditor General, so his participation will be intermittent. Honorable Nchabeleng did put in an apology. I'm not sure if it's just for himself or MK Party. They are traveling to a memorial service for Honorable Shezi, who unfortunately passed away last week. And I think we should pass our sincere condolences to the family of Honorable Shezi, as well as the MK Party in general. Minister, your apology to leave at 10:30 has been noted. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll try and ensure that we release you at that time. I am not sure if the DM is on the platform.
Apology, Chairperson. Chairperson, the DM has also sent an apology. Thank you.
All right. Honorable members, I'm going to really try and push this meeting so that we are able to conclude early. Honorable Singh has also sent an apology. She's traveling. I think Friday morning is not working as well as we had hoped. But I think the items on the agenda, if we manage our time properly, we should be able to get through them. Could I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda as presented?
I do move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bungabese. May I have a seconder?
Second, Chair. It's Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. The agenda is then adopted as presented. Hajira, take us through the minutes of the last two meetings, and then afterwards we will go into the substantive items. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Singh. I see you, and thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, members. Members, we have minutes Friday, 13th of March, and I'll go through it page by page. Thank you. First page, members, are our attendance. Second page, attendance as well. Opening and welcome, and the opening remarks of the Minister DCDT. Responses by members to the opening remarks of the Minister. There were observations and recommendations, and I'll read the recommendations. The committee recommended that the Minister should notify the committee secretariat of the response received from National Treasury regarding the utilization of the 700 million allocation within a week of the adoption of the minutes, strengthen coordination between the department, the Business Rescue Practitioners Department, National Treasury as a matter of urgency, and provide updates to committee immediately after the adoption of the minutes, must hold an urgent meeting with BRPs to address the serious issues raised in the BRP correspondence, and appear before the committee to present unified way forward immediately after the adoption of the minutes, and ensure that the department has a clear plan on how SAPO will achieve a long-term sustainability beyond immediate cash injections and be inclusive of the business model. Ensure that jobs and essential services are protected, and ensure that critical postal services for the public, especially vulnerable communities, are maintained. The committee will reconvene at the specified date during second term to receive a comprehensive briefing on the final determination regarding the 700 million allocation or any other commitment to funding SAPO, and that the outcome of the Minister's BRP engagement regarding the liquidation of risk and the updated financial sustainability, staff retainment and partnership strategy of SAPO. Further down, we adopted the report to Tanzania, and then the matters arising was a future meeting to be scheduled, which will be dealt with today. Thank you, Chairperson. That's the first set of minutes.
Thank you very much, Hajira. Honorable members, do we have any additions, corrections, edits on the minutes? I'm not seeing any hands, so I take it that the minutes are accepted. Could I ask for a mover for the adoption of the minutes, please? Thank you, Honorable Subrathi, and a seconder. Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlani. The minutes are then adopted as presented. And then the last set of minutes, please, Hajira.
Good morning, Chairperson. The last set of minutes is Tuesday, 17th of March, where we dealt with the ICASA and the Competition Commission, amongst others. First page, attendance. Second page, attendance as well. Third page, opening and welcome, and the opening remarks by the Deputy Minister at that time. We adopted minutes 10th of March, and then we had our briefing by ICASA and the Competition Commission. These were the observations on that day, and now the recommendations, which I'll read into the record. The committee recommend that the Minister should ensure that the review of the current policy frameworks is initiated and completed within 180 days, to inform necessary amendments to the Electronic Commissions Act, and address the realities of modern digital markets and close loopholes relating to control versus ownership. Ensure that ICASA improves transparency and reports back within 180 days, and this should include the publication of clearer licensing rationale, merger condition monitoring frameworks, and compliance reporting mechanisms. Ensure that clear data and measurable commitments on the Vodacom-Maziv merger are submitted within 60 days, including exact figures for pricing, infrastructure rollout targets, geographic coverage, the implementation of timelines that the reporting framework established within 90 days. Ensure the commitments for investment in Canal Plus multi-choice in local production and support for local content creators are formalized within 90 days, including minimum investment thresholds and monitoring indicators with ongoing oversight thereafter. Ensure that job loss prevention measures for both multi-choice, Canal Plus, Vodacom, Maziv transactions are submitted within 60 days, including employment protection undertakings and skills transition plans, with enforcement and monitoring mechanism established within 120 days. Ensure the protection of South African ownership and control on the multi-choice canal transaction is addressed within 120 days through clear regulatory guidance, oversight measures, safeguarding controls over strategic sectors. Ensure that rules governing foreign ownership are reviewed and strengthened within a report on the progress within 190 days, including the development of policy regulatory proposals informed by stakeholder consultations. Ensure improved coordination between the department and DTIC within 60 days through the establishment of a formal interdepartmental coordination mechanism and defined reporting responsibilities. ensure that regulatory capacity, particularly within ICASA, is strengthened within 180 days, including the submission of the capacity building plan outlining skills, resources, and funding requirements. Ensure that the plan for fair access to sports and national content pertaining to MultiChoice Canal Plus is provided within 180 days, including the implementation of enforceable access and non-dominance conditions and a monitoring framework. Ensure that the Competition Commission submits additional documentation within 60 days, providing a clear breakdown of economic analysis, public interest conditions, and justification for decisions relating to Vodacom-Mazif transaction, and ensure that the Competition Commission arranges closed briefings within 60 days to share sensitive financial and strategic details pertaining to the two transactions with the committee, and ensure that the Competition Commission formally explains within 60 days its change in position on the Vodacom-Mazif transaction, including the new evidence relied upon and details of the internal decision-making process followed. The committee then decided that it will schedule a follow-up meeting with the Competition Commission. Thank you, Chair. That's the last set of minutes.
Thank you very much, Hajira. I was not in this meeting, so I'm very fascinated by the 190 days, 160 days, 180 days. Can we get some guidance from the advisors how those are arrived at before we move for the adoption of the minutes or any edits that are there?
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. The time frame, Chair, I'm not too sure if you can hear me, Chair. Good morning, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes, the time frame on how, Chair, they've been sort of crafted, and I think most of the time you'd hear that we're talking about the development of frameworks or plans and reporting back to the committee. And it's not necessarily the execution of whatever, recommendation that we are stipulating, but most of the time frames that would have been, enforced in the recommendations, in more often than not, we talk about either reporting back to the committee or coming back with some sort of a plan. There's instances where we are cognizant of, like for instance, when you talk of the analysis and how certain transactions are put together, like the massive Vodacom, on how those are put together and what was the rationale, on why the Comcom, are turned around and say, no, the transaction has got to go through. I think we said 60 days because that's one thing that can be executed almost immediately. So the time stipulations in terms of the dates, it's basically either reporting back to the committee or coming up with a plan in making sure that whatever the recommendation is, it sort of get implemented or executed. That was the rationale, Chair. And these are really not casting in stone. They're not firm as, as they've been put, could have been earlier. But our thinking was that, at the most, whatever time frame that would have stipulated, that what we think would be much more reasonable in terms of some of these things getting to be implemented and executed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medube. Honorable members, those are the minutes that are presented for your consideration. Can I check if we have any additions, corrections, subtractions? In the absence of such, could I then ask for a mover for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Subrati, is that a legacy hand?
Chair, move for the adoption of the minutes. No, Chair, it's not a legacy.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you very well. Yes, sir.
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Subrati. May I have a seconder, please? Honorable Bodlane, are you seconding the adoption of the minutes?
Chair, I'm in the same dilemma as you with the 150 days, Chair. I'm reluctant to second, Chair, because I'm not sure how we are even going to track this as a portfolio committee, but I am still in the meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Goen. That's why part of the reason I was raising my concern around, the timing of it. I think it's important for us to say, let's note and adopt the minutes as presented, and thereafter we will look at how we integrate this into our tracking mechanism. The sense that I had gotten from a report of the meeting is that there may be a need anyway to once again call these entities and go through this perhaps in a lot more detail. I don't want to force you though to second, but I do need a seconder for the adoption of the minutes as they currently stand. Do we have anybody who supports the adoption of the minutes? Who else can I pick on? Honorable members, can you hear me?
Indeed.
Yeah, we can hear you.
There's a hand, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Chabeleng, you're recognized.
Honorable Chair, morning, and honorable members. Chair, I think we got confused with those timeline issue data there with regards to the measure and stuff. Maybe if they can just re-explain what we expect to be done and what is the outcome in a simple language. I think that was one of the confusions why we are a little bit, skeptical.
Okay. Can I make a proposal? Yes, I've heard you. Thank you, Honorable Mfadulong. Can I make a proposal that we park these minutes? We do have guests in the meeting. So if there are issues that we still need to discuss, I think maybe we can come back to them. Let's park these minutes. We'll discuss them in an ordinary meeting and obviously look at the recommendations in a lot more detail. So we defer the discussion of these minutes. And obviously this was a very, very important discussion. So we need to be very clear on the way forward that is expected. Would that be in order with yourself, members?
Yes, it's in order, Chair.
In order, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Let me move then from this item and welcome to the meeting the Minister once again, as well as our very distinguished guests coming from the CSIR, as well as the BRPs of the South African Post Office, leadership of the department that is present, our entities. I have seen that CSIR is here, ICASA, and everybody on the platform. You are welcome to the meeting. Minister, you came to the meeting 2 weeks ago, where we were speaking about the South African Post Office. There were obviously developments in that meeting as it relates to the BRPs and the sustainability of SAPO. There was an agreement that you would be given an opportunity to go look at what was happening there, and obviously the issues around funding being top of mind. So with that said, thank you so much for honoring your commitment and coming back. And I will hand over to you for the first item on the agenda.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues, honorable members, the BRPs, and everybody on the call. And thanks, Chair, for facilitating the opportunity, because it was always our understanding that from the last discussion, we would be back here in the committee as soon as we had some sense of definitive direction regarding the key correspondence that for us was outstanding and was necessary to take the conversation forward regarding the allocation of the 700 million. So immediately post that meeting that we had, we engaged at my level in a series of both in written and in personal interaction with the Minister of Finance to expedite their correspondence. That was also supported by correspondence from the DG to her counterpart at National Treasury, because we were anticipating that correspondence would have reached us soon after the pronouncement in the budget was made. To cut the long story short, we ultimately received the correspondence from the Treasury on Wednesday, late afternoon, Wednesday this week, where Treasury was confirming that the 700 allocation is at the discretion of the department in terms of for use to deal with any other pressures that we are grappling with. Those obviously include primarily Centec, SAPO, and others. And in that correspondence, they lay out the timeline of being able to access that fund. Members would know very well that access to utilization or any decision on the movement of the 700 million can only take place once the appropriation bill has been finalized and ultimately been gazetted by the president. So the team led by the DG and the DDG have also been in discussions with the BRPs and also our CFO in order to do projections that would guide what would be the needs of the SAPO, which based on a review of the average monthly requirements would be of great relief when we get into how we best slice these 700 million. And the team have done projections in there. There is an estimate amount of 350 million, which the BRPs in their presentation will highlight how they, together with the team, has gotten in there. That is still, of course, the subject of discussions with Treasury, because there are several things that need to happen from an accounting perspective in the classification and getting to that amount. But the positive step, which represents a major difference from the discussion we had 2 weeks ago up to now, is that we've got the correspondence that authorizes us to then start looking at how we access that funding to deal with the pressures at SAPO. That secondly, the spanner in the works is that funding doesn't become immediately available as in today, because there is a parliamentary process that is related to the appropriations bill. And therefore, what we've also been looking at is that in the immediate period, what is the relief? Because we've all come to a consensus around doing everything possible in the immediate term to circumvent the possibility of a liquidation, given now that there is a medium term relief in this funding. We then subsequently had a discussion yesterday with the BRPs, myself, the DG, and the Deputy Minister. It was to provide feedback on the correspondence that we got from the Treasury and what it means in terms of our considerations, because as honorable members would know, we have to ultimately get to a balanced approach of the use of this 700 million to deal with the major pressing issues. The Centec situation still remains dire, and as you would expect, we also have to have an engagement with them, and Treasury underscored this point, that we need to have an engagement with Centec, so that we also deal with the aspect of expectations management across all of the portfolio, because while ideally it would be the thing to pursue to solve all of the pressures, it is not possible, and we have to slice the cake more equitably in responding to the real challenges that we are dealing with. That, Chair, in a nutshell, covers the developments since the last meeting and where we are now with regards to the funding. The DDG will get into when we speak to the presentation about one of the considerations that we're looking, which requires again Treasury approval around the scale of environments, because environment has to be 8% of the total budget of the department. And when we do our mathematics, we have to look that whatever solution that we find, even in the immediate, before we can access that 700 million, we don't fall foul of any possible compliance issues that are set out by Treasury in terms of the use of public funds. Thanks very much. I will leave it at that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Can you then direct in terms of approach? You said the BRPs would be speaking to the matters. Are we getting a presentation from the BRPs?
Oh, I thought that was clear. Yes, there is a presentation. It's a joint presentation from the department and the BRPs. DDG Ngobeni is here together with the BRPs. So they will jointly take responsibility of the presentation. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. DDG Ngobeni, if you could then lead us in the presentation, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you, Minister and colleagues and the BRPs. If I can be given the rights to share the presentation.
You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. A moment, man.
Are you winning, DDG Ngobeni?
I'm trying, Chair. I'm not. Let me try again.
Hajira, could you share the presentation on your side while the DDG starts speaking to the issues?
I will do that, Chairperson. 1 second.
Colleagues, I'm very mindful of time. DDG, can you please start delivering the presentation? It will follow you.
Okay. So the presentation, Chair, we have structured
Sorry,
in a manner that...
Mr. Ngobeni, before you proceed, members, you do have the presentation. It's been shared with you. So while they're still trying to get it up on screen, we can follow it. Thank you, DDG.
I'm sharing the presentation if members can see it.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Chair,
can. Thank you.
We'll be doing the presentation together with the BRPs. We have structured the presentation just to deal with taking from the discussion that we had last week, the last meeting that we had, and also providing the latest update. Chair, I'm not sure if you've shared the correct presentation. Let me just share the one I have, as it doesn't talk to the issues that we dealt with last week.
I have made Miss Jakesh also co-host from the BRPs. Thank
Cash, you can share the presentation that we shared yesterday. However, Chair, I'll proceed in the meantime just to, we'll do the presentation. Firstly, it's going to be the BRPs taking us through the discussion emanating from the last meeting, and then also then providing an update of where we are on the strategy for SAPO, and also the update on the partnership, and then also the timelines for the BR exit. And then the department will then provide an update on the funding, just to augment what the minister has said. So at this stage, I'll yield to the colleagues from the BRPs to take us through the presentation.
Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DDGs and colleagues on the call, a very good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, so I can confirm that following the last portfolio committee meeting, there has been engagement and constructive engagements on the way forward, particularly with the focus on a business rescue termination. So between myself and Juanito Damans, the joint business rescue practitioner, and representatives of the BRP team, together with management of the post office, we will be taking you through the slide deck. Next slide, please. So Chairperson, just a quick recap. In September of last year, 2025, the BRPs approached the department, the DCDT, to terminate the business rescue via court application. And this was really due to the significant public interest considerations and the issues surrounding the 18 cents contingent top-up dividend to statutory and payroll creditors. I'm sure, as everyone's aware, that 18 cents dividend was contingent upon receiving the 3.8 billion rand. A draft business rescue termination application was presented to DCDT at that time, and it went through an extensive review and through several rounds of comments. The intention really was to seek leave to file a notice of substantial implementation of the business rescue. And that's important so that the business rescue could end. But more importantly, to deal with the deferral of the 18 cents dividend payment to the statutory and payroll creditors. And that was supported then by a cash flow runway of at least 6 months at the time, and a planned handover by the BRPs to a duly appointed board. Again, as the committee is aware, and the minister and the DDG gave feedback at the last meeting that they were in the process of appointing the board. Right, so, and from what we understand, that process is in its final stages, following a series of internal verifications on status of recommended candidates, etc., and that's sitting with, obviously, the minister and his team. So the 6 months cash flow runway, if we fast forward to today, the 6 month cash flow runway has now been exhausted. And, SAPO was not included in the Minister of Finance's budget speech, as we're all aware. And, and that created and that was further constraining funding prospects. Just as a point to note, from the inception of the business rescue till now, this is, we've been obviously following each budget speech intently with bated breath, obviously hopeful for funding, and it's now 3 budget speech later, and of course there's no funding, as we're all aware. So in January 2026, 3 months ago, the BRPs then engaged the department, highlighting the need for urgent funding because of a looming cash flow shortfall, and of course there's been confirmation that there is no funding. So constructive engagements on mitigating the cash flow have taken place, but the risk still remains. Next slide, please. Okay, so honorable members, the BRPs are not in favor of liquidation. And, we've stated this many times before, that is not the ideal outcome. However, we have a duty in terms of section 141(2) of the Companies Act. And, just as a recall, the business rescue is governed in terms of Chapter 6 of the Companies Act. And it says, as soon as practicable after being appointed, a practitioner must investigate the company's affairs, business, property, and financial situation. And after having done so, consider whether there is any reasonable prospect of the company being rescued. Okay. If at any time during the business rescue proceedings, the practitioner concludes that A, there is no reasonable prospect for the company to be rescued, the practitioner must, and we emphasize must, so inform the court, the company, and all affected persons in the prescribed manner and apply to the court for an order discontinuing the business rescue proceedings and placing the company into liquidation. So, Chair, I think it is important just to highlight that we are duty bound in terms of the Companies Act. And then again, just to emphasize, we believe that liquidation is value destructive. And of course, that's not our first priority. The BRPs have always acted responsibly, and at all times sought to engage with the DCDT regarding the immediate funding requirements and the funding required to implement the adopted business rescue plan. Chair, again, we've also said on many occasions, there is only one document, that's the adopted business rescue plan, which is a binding document on all creditors, affected persons, and it's binding on the shareholder, i.e. government, as the only funder in this instance, because we're not allowed to borrow, as you're aware. We're not allowed to sell assets, and we were not allowed to sell any portions of the business or privatize it, so to speak. On 13th of March 2026, following the engagements held in January and February, and that was at our, so correspondence was formally addressed to the Minister and the Deputy Minister of the department, highlighting. So this was 13th March. That correspondence highlighted the statutory obligations imposed upon us under Section 141(2) of the Companies Act. We provided a draft liquidation application for consideration, and that correspondence outlined the severe and far-reaching consequences that a liquidation of SAPO would have. So at the time, that was submitted to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the department for consideration. Next slide, please. So that correspondence was not linked to, nor intended to influence, the request for postponement of the previous parliamentary committee session. The request for postponement arose due to the uncertainty surrounding the future viability of SAPO, of the post office, and which was a key item on the committee's agenda. And the BRP is intended to have further engagements with the department before addressing the points in the intended agenda of the previous session. So we believe that we needed to first engage with the department on the severity of the financial position of SAPO before engaging with the committee. We remain of the view that a liquidation outcome must be avoided and that this objective must be traversed within the legal constraints faced by us. And, and obviously following the last session, that's when the further engagements happened, Chair and honorable members. And I can confirm, those were constructive sessions. Yesterday's meeting with the minister, the DG and the team also, gave us more clarity on what the intentions are. And following yesterday's discussion, I think as the minister has highlighted, it's now dependent on the 350 million rand funding that would come in following the approval processes, of course, the USO funding and then the finance and the runway that's required. Following yesterday's discussion, the minister and the team did confirm to us that we will be moving to terminate the business rescue, and it's dependent and it's really just dependent on getting approval on this funding so that we can hand over the business to the shareholder and hopefully a new board so that the strategic objectives and the vision can then be implemented by the shareholder together with its appointed governance structures. Chairperson, at this point, I think the financial aspects and the impact of the 350 million is important, and we would like to illustrate this to you. And I'm going to now invite Lenny Governor, who's the acting CFO, to take you through those slides. Thank you. And we can go to the next slide, please.
Good morning, Chairperson. Sorry, Anush, it'll be me that will take us through the remainder slides. Lenny will come in on the funding slide. So if I can go ahead. Anush, let me just check with you.
Thank you for clarifying. That's fine. Sorry, Chairperson. Between Jikesh and Lenny, they will take us through the rest of the slides. Apologies for that.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DGs, executives, BRPs, and colleagues on the platform. So in terms of the corporate strategy that has been developed for the upcoming new year, there are three factors that are materially impacting the future
Sorry, Chair, can Chikesh come closer to the mic, please?
Is this better?
Proceed, Jakesh.
Thank you, Chair. So there are three external factors that are actually influencing the transformation and modernization of the post office. Firstly, number one is the Post Office Amendment Act has expanded the SAPO's mandate beyond traditional postal services. In terms of the global postal market, we find that the demand for physical letters has actually entered a sunset stage now, in that it's in a declining state. But due to global e-commerce and local e-commerce, we find that there's an increasing demand for parcel delivery services. So that's quite a significant factor, because what globally is being seen is that parcel delivery services and that revenue segment of postal operators is now transitioning to be the number one revenue generator for postal operators. And then the crux of the problem that's facing the South African post office is really, what does this future post office look like so that it actually can continue being financially sustainable. So the strategic pivot that is required from the South African Post Office is really about transitioning away from being a traditional postal business model to becoming an integrated service provider. And what that means in terms of being an integrated service provider is that we have a two-approach strategy going forward. One, which is a critical one for us, is how do we actually utilize this national government infrastructure to enable government entities who are prioritizing service delivery in communities where it is most needed. So that requires the post office to actually look at its infrastructure and look at how can we actually reconfigure these elements of infrastructure within South Africa to fit the requirements of government to actually enhance its service delivery mandates within the communities. And then secondly is, how do we actually utilize the infrastructure to enable and empower private sector startup entrepreneurs who need infrastructure to actually scale their business, SMMEs same needing to scale their business. So that's the first goal in terms of how do we reconfigure the infrastructure to actually enable private and government sector to actually achieve their business objectives and governmental objectives. Now, secondly, what has to happen is then we have to also then determine what is the new core business of this future modern post office. And if you look at the center of the diagram on the right, we will still remain true to postal services. We will focus on logistics and e-commerce, especially around the enabling the ability to warehouse stock and deliver stock closer to people, enabling faster turnaround times for private sector businesses that partner with us. How do we actually increase digital access in communities? And then the authentication center is about ensuring secure transactions via a government-owned trust center. And then business services and government services will be this new core set of products and services that we then offer. So we believe by reconfiguring the infrastructure to fit the needs of private and government needs and building a new set of product stack, we will eventually become a strategic government infrastructure asset that is financially stable and fit for purpose, and it can continue fulfilling on its social and commercial mandates. The next slide, I'm not going to touch too much on this because this has already been deliberated on by Anush and the minister. So except to say that, there's a 350 million that will enable SAPO to ensure continuity of operations. The new financial year will then allocate 595 million for the USO funding, and then there are currently ongoing engagements around the funding allocation requirements. Chairperson, I'll move into one big ticket item that we believe will be a critical component of the transformation strategy. is partnerships. So what we've done is we've now developed a partnership program in collaboration with the department and with the support from Minister and the BRPs. Our partnership program really looks at three things. Programs that enable the modernization of the post office. Two, that reduces the cost to actually serve South Africans and also enable us to generate new forms of revenue and enable us to diversify away from our traditional revenue stack. Now, one of the things that we have to do is that in terms of the partnership programs, the onboarding and the establishment of partnerships really needs to be able to meet 5 gatekeepers. One, that it strategically aligns, the partnership strategically aligns to our business rescue plan and our strategy. Two, that we are able to actually implement efficiently and effectively. What does the commercial structure look like, so that we actually have a value for money for the post office commercial agreements with the partners, and that we actually ensure that we are actually achieving geographic and social impact, mostly where it's needed within South Africa. And then we also have to do an assessment in terms of what organizational capacity and assets and skill sets are required to actually effectively operationalize the partnership. So this just talks about the framework that we're using to establish partnerships. In terms of the partnerships, in terms of our procurement strategy, we're looking at how does it actually enable us to effectively maximize the use of our infrastructure in new ways, ensure that it's aligned to the mandate that's assigned to the post office, and that we then effectively align our partnership program against National Treasury procurement guidelines. Now, in terms of the recent RFI that was published, we received 95 submissions from the 100% being from the private sector. And of these 95 submissions, 129 opportunities were identified. What we have done since we closed out the RFI is we've grouped these commercial submissions into clusters, which is the middle graphic in the slide. Digital financial services, MVNO, which is our connectivity asset, logistics, trust center being the authentication services, property, and then again connectivity. So we've clustered this 129 into those 6 broad revenue clusters, if you can. Now, Chair, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide because this is a very critical slide related to the transformation of the post office. So the business rescue plan on the 3 segments of the slide, and I'm starting on the left column, the infrastructure. The business rescue plan correctly identified that in order for post office to transform and modernize into a future fit entity, we have to be able to invest in upgrading our IT infrastructure, because there's been delayed investments and we've eroded our infrastructure capabilities. We've got to look at our mail network, letter network, and we've got to look at our parcel network, and we've got to look at our property portfolio. So these areas of infrastructure, once we are able to actually upgrade them, modernize them to be competitive in the current day, will then enable us to move to the middle column, which will then enable us to then launch all these revenue programs that the partnerships have recommended. Now, the significant thing about the middle of this middle column is that we are now clear on what the future business model of the post office looks like in terms of its products and services, financial services, courier services, digital trust services, and then also our property portfolio is also showing significant interest by the market. Now, on the right-hand side, Chair, is the capital funding budget that is required to actually launch these revenue programs. So what this shows is that there's a number of things. One, transformation of the post office is not something that can happen overnight. We are in for a long haul in terms of the transformation of the post office. It's easy 3 to 6 years of implementation to modernize the post office. It requires significant funding. And if we are able to actually transform and ensure the sustainability of the post office, we need to have discipline in the execution to actually derive the benefits of the partnership program. Now, without the capital funding and our ability to upgrade our infrastructure on the left-hand side, essentially what we are trying to do is we're actually asking the post office to transform and modernize while it stands on water, picking on the low-hanging fruit that is clearly available to the organization. Hence, the capital funding program is very critical to ensuring that we are able to launch these revenue clusters, which will then in turn give us the financial sustainability objective that we're all looking towards. Chair, I'll stop over there and I'll hand over back to Anush to take us to the next slide. Over to you, Anush.
Thank you, Jikesh. Yeah, so Chairperson, I'll just take you through the last couple of slides. So in terms of the business rescue exit options, so as you're aware, we are in discussions with the department around the potential and seamless exit from the business rescue. As I've mentioned, the minister did confirm that that is the route now. So this requires an additional allocation currently under review, which we've highlighted. In addition, that's in addition to the 595 million rand for the USO obligation to enable us to hand the business back to the shareholder and exit the business rescue process. A board must be in place and there must be positive cash flow runway so that SAPO can discharge its debt and obligations for a period of 6 months after termination. Now, there's no legislated guidelines on the 6 month, but we have taken legal advice that it is 6 months that we need. So that the process to appoint the board, we understand is that it's advanced stage, and I think that's for the DDG and the minister to confirm. And the board can then engage with the shareholder to operate the business and implement the turnaround initiatives proposed in the adopted business rescue plan. And then we also have certain administrative actions that are required between the department and the BRPs to manage the transition in the process. Chairperson, if I could just, summarize, I know it's been a long journey from the time we've started. And, if we look at all the benefits that has been derived from the business rescue, we obviously want those, to have not gone in vain, which is why we believe that business rescue is important and the termination of that is beneficial because liquidation is value destructive. We've also maintained and we've also, pointed out on various occasions to the committee members as well that partnerships are also better done when the entity is out of business rescue because it removes uncertainty to potential funders, partners, and partnership prospects. So that does provide more certainty. And of course, as Jikesh highlighted, this is still funding dependent, but that's something that the minister, together with the team, can perhaps, give a broader mandate to the new board to dispose of properties, to raise funding. So those would be under the direct control of the minister and the team. And again, I think one point to emphasize is that business rescue was never intended to be a permanent feature. It's always, in terms of the Companies Act, it's always intended to be temporary. And, that is why we believe that we've implemented the business rescue plan, obviously with the exception of the last tranche and paying the 18 cents dividend and so on. And I think we've been through that. And just in summary, just to remind, the committee, the benefits of the rescue has brought upon a lot of aspects. We reset the balance sheet. At the time, the entity was 9 billion rand in liabilities 3 years ago. Those were all compromised. There are no liabilities at the moment except for normal operational creditors and liabilities that exist. The entity is solvent. So that's 9 billion rand that has effectively been taken off the balance sheet of liabilities. We brought about circa 1 billion rand of savings per annum, and those are cash savings to the entity. We've closed a lot of leakages in terms of revenues and amounts that were due to the post office that were never recovered. We put intense efforts and recovered a lot of amounts that ordinarily may have been lost to the post office. So that's also helped us in the short term. We've elected and had the audits done by the AG since our inception. And yes, whilst the last report was a disclaimer, the number of findings have been decreasing, and largely that was due because of the going concern and the funding issues. And importantly, we've kept 5,800 people employed for 3 years, as opposed to everyone losing their jobs, 3 years ago. So those are just some quick reminders, just so that these benefits and these advantages that we've gained are not lost in the longer term. Chairperson, I think that is the last slide. I'm just going to check. Yeah, thank you. That is the last slide. And thank you once again for affording us the opportunity to update the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, I just want to also come to the issues that the minister asked that I must provide additional information around the issue of environment. Just starting by confirming that after the DG had sent a letter to Treasury pursuant to the pronouncement by the Minister of Finance during the budget speech that there will be funding that will be made available to assist the department to look at how to address some of the funding pressures. The DG wrote to the DG of Treasury seeking guidance and also on how to access that funding. We have since received a formal response which confirms that the funding that's in the Special Appropriations Bill, which is shown as allocated to Centec, the 700 million, the accounting officer has flexibility to use that funding to address the government priorities and the funding pressures, but also subject to that to await the enactment of the Special Appropriations Bill for the department to access that funding. But there are also some technicalities in terms of that funding can be accessed earlier. And we have also since received confirmation that since the funds are within the same program in the department, there's the additional allocation of the 700 and also of the same economic classification. There won't be a need for the environment, and that limitation of 8% does not apply. So that assists a great deal in terms of allowing the department to provide the support that's required. And the department has already indicated by the BRPs and also SAPO that there has been an estimation of 350 to give that 6 months runway for SAPO, and allows for the entity to get out of a business rescue. So the department, once it has followed all the necessary process, then Treasury has created the line items on the budget for Centec and also for SAPO operations. Then it will allocate the amount that will deem necessary to support SAPO to get out of the business rescue. But we're also in the engagement with the National Treasury to say that this is help us in the immediate term, but we also need to have a medium term and long term solution that we look at opportunities in addition to the partnership on how we can also access funding from the fiscus. They have advised that after they will analyze the partnership, we can approach the budget facility for infrastructure funding, which is a facility that's available through the Infrastructure South Africa. And we are working with the DBSA to help us to package these proposals that have been received so that we can be able to create a credible program that then we can use to engage with the infrastructure fund and look at how we can look at the funding by the fiscus, but also with the private sector support as well in terms of that funding. So that's the work that we are commencing with the DBSA. And in the meantime as well, we've asked the DBSA to look at what are the opportunities that can be accessed almost in the short term without awaiting that program of the budget facility for infrastructure. both DBS and SAPO will be working on identifying the key low-hanging opportunities that can be assessed. So that's the status of where we are in terms of the funding, and just to indicate that we will be finalizing the processes of accessing the funding, which currently, of course, it's still an estimate that came from SAPO, because SAPO is also reconciling all the funds that they are receiving from the different sources, so that we can have a definite answer in terms of what's required to give them that 6 months runway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Didi Jingoleni. Let me also thank the business rescue practitioners and the minister for that update. Colleagues, that is the report as requested on the agenda. Can I just check who would wish to engage the report? As we are waiting for the hands, I think we truly appreciate the sense. I want to say sense because it's not a commitment that you are giving in this meeting that liquidation is off the table. It may be important to just give us a sense of that 350 million. What is it earmarked for? Is it speaking to issues of operation? And already with the existing budget that SAPO has, does it then provide that 6 months runway that Anusha was talking about? But I see a couple of hands. Let me start with Honorable Matafa, followed by Honorable Bodlane. You may proceed, Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, please also recognize me. Apologies. I'm unable to raise my hand. Apologies, Comrade Matafa, as well.
No problem. Honorable Chauke Adonis will come after Honorable Bodlane and then Honorable Ngubani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Minister, colleagues, and the BRPs as well as the department. Chair, let me start by thanking the presentation and apologizing for the background noise and request to keep my video off. I'm in a state where I cannot switch the video on or control the noise behind me. I hope I'm audible when I speak.
Yes, you are, Honorable Matafa. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me thank the presentation and maybe emphasize a point that we had always spoken to in terms of the significance of the post office. And I am happy to hear that the BRPs are saying they are not for liquidation of the post office. That gives us comfort, because at some stage, I would have wondered personally, what was the level of commitment from the BRPs to ensure that post office is rescued and maybe brought to a stage where it can be self-sustaining. Because for us, as a strategic infrastructure asset, we would want to see SAPO continue servicing the marginalized in the rural areas, continue supporting SMMEs who rely on its footprint and reasonably priced products in order to conduct their business. But Chair, having said that, maybe it's important to ask a question linked to the point that you raised now about the 350 million. As you ask, what is it earmarked for? Because my question that is linked to that is to find out from the BRPs, in terms of the re-engineering of the post office and their efforts, other than financial sustainability, what can they point to have done and say in terms of operations or in terms of how the business is run on a day-to-day basis? This is what we have done that would have brought value to SAPO. Because in all fairness, and I might be wrong, I stand to be corrected, every time the BRPs speak, they focus mainly on their efforts to bring about financial sustainability. But I do not hear where they speak about the operational competency of the SAPO. Once it is stable and the funds are there in terms of what they have reported, will it still be sustainable operation-wise? So I just want to find out what is it, that one thing that they can point to that they have done to assist the post office to succeed. The other one, Chair, is on the support that I think we should give to the department, because in most cases, a company runs into financial troubles because of decisions that were taken or because of decisions or actions that were not taken.
Recording
So
stopped.
the presentation speaks about actions that are required between the department and the BRP. Can it be indicated to us that those actions are identifiable with strict timelines, deadlines, and assigned to specific individuals? Now, the support that I would want to give, Chair, is on the efforts by the DG and the department, obviously supported by the political principals, of engaging with the National Treasury to find out if whether can they assess the strategic funds that are available, and the guidance that was given around the funds earmarked to assist Centec is welcome. And I'll plead with the committee to also support the work that is happening between the department and DBSA in ensuring that there are certain partnerships that can be brought to fruition. But that also, Chair, comes with a question that whilst we are still waiting
Recording in
for the
progress.
intervention of the SAPO investments in terms of the strategic fund to Centec, out of the 100 and something submissions on partnerships that were received, are there no practical ones that are investment ready, that they can be taken advantage of to ensure that that gap, which is required either operationally or financially, is closed by those proposals? Because I believe that there are some proposals that can be actioned immediately. And this can also indicate that there is concerted effort to ensure that SAPO is rescued and is brought to its former glory. Chair, those will be my comments and 3 questions. But thank you very much for the opportunity to engage the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Bodlani.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and to the meeting. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. I just really will beg your indulgence as I try to clarify in my mind a few things that have been presented here today. But firstly, perhaps we should really thank the Minister and the BRPs for coming to the meeting to give us an update, especially with the news that the issue of the draft liquidation application has been reviewed and we are doing better in terms of how we handled it the last time. I think, Chair, we should at all time act with care and great respect and responsibility to the people of South Africa that we serve. As we move forward, Chair, I think for me, I really want to welcome the commitment and the conversations that we are hearing here today. Job losses in any organization, whether it is private or state-owned, should really always be a last resort. But I also want to say equally, keeping an organization running for the sake of keeping it running does as much damage as pulling the plug. And I say this because people keeping their jobs with no sense of security is really just dangerous. And this is something that I have continued to ask to say, how are employees of SAPO being kept abreast in terms of the developments that are happening in the organization? And I've also asked to say, what are we doing as government to make sure that we look at the soft issues, which also include the mental health of those that are in the organization, that we still have a SAPO to speak about today. I'm really not an expert in BRP, but having business rescue practitioners staying in a business for as long as we are seeing with SAPO, for me, looks like an abnormal situation. And again, I think it is one of the reasons that we are still going around in circles, and it sometimes feels like we are chasing our own tails. And what my frustration is, Chairperson, is that there's also a sense that nobody is really oversighting the work of the BRPs. We try as a portfolio committee, but it has been clear and it has been insinuated by the BRPs that they have absolute control. And I thought maybe I should ask to say, at which point, while the business rescue process continues, do they interface with the courts? Are they expected to perhaps provide periodic reports to the court, just as a way for me to perhaps understand how the business rescue process works? Because we do our best to provide oversight, but sitting where I'm sitting, I really think we really need more in terms of oversighting the process. And with maybe what Honorable Matafa was asking, maybe let me ask it differently to say, can the practitioners confidently say that they have implemented the plans that they came in and as a turnaround plan? Well, it was for them to really pay out the creditors, but the plans that they had that the court agreed to, are they able to tell South Africans that they really implemented that to the best of their ability? And the question I always ask remains, what has been done to capacitate SAPO? Yes, we are all excited that we are talking about the imminent exit of the BRPs from SAPO, but how sure are we that even with a board in place, there would be executives that would be able to run the day-to-day operations of SAPO? And also to the question, Chair, that you had, the timeline of the 6 months runway phase that is spoken about, when does that when does that 6 months start? And does it also include the incorporation of the applications that have been received for partnerships? If there could just be clarity on that, Chairperson. Chair, what I'm also lost about is the quantum that has been thrown around of 350 million. From the minister's opening remarks, I thought it was just an example to say perhaps from the 700,000 allocation that has been made by National Treasury, DCDT could consider giving SAPO 350 million. But I see that in the SAPO presentation, the 350 million comes in as and I say fact because it is what is being depicted in the presentation. Is this an estimation, or is this really what the minister calls cutting the slices of the cake to say SAPO will then get 350 million? This then brings me to my next point, Chairperson. My understanding from the presentation of the Minister of Finance was that the money was, I don't want to say ring-fenced, but earmarked for SABC Centec. And we have, and when the announcement was made by the minister, my issue was that the SABC Centec debt runs into the millions. 300 million will not even scratch the surface. So to now hear that SAPO is also going to have a slice of that cake, and it's really unfortunate that Centec and SABC are also not in the meeting to speak on their own behalf. Equally unfortunate is that the National Treasury is not in this meeting to really help us understand the quagmire that we find ourselves in. The point, Chairperson, is that the Centec is responsible for broadcast infrastructure of our country. We are now talking about potential local government elections happening in November 2023. If my understanding of the situation that we are dealing with here today is that the DCDT is at liberty to cut the slice of the 700 million as they see fit, where does that leave SABC, which has reported to this portfolio committee that they have not been advanced funds for the running of the local government elections? Equally, where does that leave Centec, which is running at a loss because of the debt that is owed to them by Centec, and we expect them to carry the infrastructure, which for me is a threat to our democracy, which is a threat to local government elections, which are happening soon. And if the SABC is not afforded at this point an amount that they know that they are planning for local government elections, goes around, or they can plan around what they can expect, for example, then we are just setting up the SABC up for failure. I cannot remember sitting here, Chairperson, because at the last meeting, we had agreed that we will request a joint meeting with COCTA. And perhaps to that, we should also add the National Treasury to specifically speak to the issue of the funding of the SABC for the planning purposes of the local government elections. So if we could just perhaps go back to our tracking tool and make sure that that meeting is included in the next term, which I also think would be a bit late because I think we are on a recess for almost a month. So leaving the issue for a month with no intervention is also a bit worrying for me. Chair, on the issue of the letter delivery, it's just so bizarre that the business rescue practitioners continue to harp on the issue of letter delivery. Everybody who's involved in the process agrees that SAPO for years has not been able to deliver and meet the standards of letter delivery. It's research, it's ICASA saying SAPO is just not able to fill that gap. So with what we are hearing here today, why would the business rescue practitioners be considering to inject money into letter delivery? When times have changed, letter delivery cannot be as a core function of the South African Post Office, and the South African Post Office, if they are going to really be harping on the 1 kg parcel, then it means the leadership of the BRP is misdirecting the organization. We should be talking about what the partnerships that are being put on the table are going to, what innovation they are going to be bringing. But to hear that there's also an issue of investing in the 1 kg parcels is really going to bring us back to the same position that SAPO is finding itself in. So let me stop there, Chairperson, and thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Botani. The next speaker is Honorable Chauke Adonis. Members, I'm going to ask that you try and keep your comments quite succinct. I see we are running out of time. I have been consulting with ICASA with a view to request them that we move their presentation to next week. I think this is very important, as well as the presentation coming from our guests from the CSIR. We may not get to ICASA today, so I'm just making you aware of the time limitations. And I'm going to ask at 10:25, we afford an opportunity to the minister to respond. You remember that he had given an apology to leave at 10:30. So please just note that as we proceed. Honorable Chauke Adonis, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I humbly request that I keep my camera off.
Thank you, Honorable Adonis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself, Chairperson, and the honorable members on the platform, the department, and also the entities that have joined us, and South African citizens that might be joining us on other platforms. Let me start off by appreciating the presentation and also appreciating the fact that there seems to be some positive results. Obviously, not to the extent in which we would want it, but there is an appreciation that we're slowly moving. Chairperson, I've got just a few questions here in terms of what is happening in SAPO, right? In terms of the business rescue, we know that we've spoken to that, and to a certain extent, we sort of have an understanding. But I hear that there are various investment opportunities that are low-hanging fruits. Now, I would want to know from them if they can identify those low-hanging fruits. And I think Comrade Oscar and Comrade Bodwani also asked the same question in terms of identifying which ones are on the immediate, which ones have already been implemented, and which ones are still underway in terms of discussion and negotiation, just so that we have a sense of what this 100 and something companies, or let me say partnerships, sort of look like for SAPO in terms of perspectives. I think that's quite important. Another one, Chairperson, in terms of SAPO's competitive market and risk analysis, now, have they now had the ability to sort of do a comparison with their competitors? And how best to, have a turnaround strategy for SAPO to be able to compete with the other markets. So you've got your DHL and others that are doing postal services, etc., delivery. How is SAPO looking to be a competitor in that space? And in fact, what we would wish is that SAPO is supposed to be a leader, in fact, within the postal sector in South Africa. And I would like to just find out, in terms of the global best practices, what have they adopted that they are looking to then implement to turn around where SAPO is currently? Chair, I think I'm not sure if it's Honorable Bodlani who mentioned in terms of the sensitization of workers from various levels within the institution. We'd like to also find out, is there any form of training that is currently taking place to prepare them for this turnaround of SAPO, so that when we are able to turn it around completely, we do not find that we're having to start from scratch with capacitating and reinventing resources for staff members and those who are going to make sure that the daily runnings, operational administrative runnings of SAPO is up to standard. So that's quite important to say, what collaborations do we have for training, capacity building for staff members in order for them to prepare. And also in terms of the digital migration, I think SAPO was supposed to have led on this. We have seen, you know, the e-commerce really growing, and one would have wanted to really have SAPO being in the forefront. In fact, it was supposed to be the one that is leading, so that they would then have more revenue coming into the institution rather than losing customer base. And I think SAPO has struggled with retention of customers and retention of staff. Now, what is the strategy that's put around this, and what is the negative implications that we foresee? Because we must be able to see, you know, the positive projections, and also what might be the risk analysis negative implications that we might encounter as well in this regard. Chair, then I think in terms of SAPO's, you know, business rescue turnaround, one wants to just check whether, how long, what are the timelines exactly would we get to a point where they would not necessarily need the business rescue, and what are the timelines of them slowly being exited from that as well? I know that if we then implement a new board in place, we must sort of have a timeline and a contingency plan in place to sort of filter out the gray areas in between, so that transition is made seamlessly and easy as well. I think that's quite important for us to also have an understanding and an appreciation. And then the last one that I have would be the collaboration with SAPO, with the private sector, government, and also the banking fraternity or banking sector. What does that look like currently? You know, we can speak about letters being delivered. The reality is that you still have banks sending you letters through your post. You still have municipalities sending letters through the post, etc. How do we best make sure that SAPO is able to still continue to leverage off of this, being able to execute its mandate ultimately, whilst moving towards the digital era and digitalizing the institution entirely? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Toge Adonis. Let me check the Minister if he would like to make any comments before he has to take his leave. Thereafter, it will be Honorable Ngubane, followed by Honorable Singh, Honorable Nshabeleng, and Honorable Kalisha. Honorable Minister?
Chairperson, thanks very much. And just before I start with the responses, which will be to two matters, I just want to extend my condolences also to the MK party for the loss of their honorable member. Just two things, Chair, because colleagues have raised a variety of issues, and to just thank all of you for the response, because we are really trying to have a balanced approach that would, at the very least, help address some of the problems that we have in the portfolio. In an ideal world, we would have funding that deals with the historic challenges that Centec has as a result of the SABC debt. We'll deal, you know, with the injection that is required. But the reality is that we don't have enough for everyone. And what has gone into the considerations is to look in terms of a review of what has been the monthly, let's say loosely monthly, you know, expenses that SAPO incurs, what would then be sufficient to do two things? One, enable resources that will allow the time frame that Anush spoke about in terms of, the provisions for how a rescue must be done, in having at least a guarantee of a minimum 6 months where, the financial standing of the entity is intact. That has been the one thing. But it's an estimate that's being worked on based on those needs, because an allocation can truly ever happen once that has been processed and all of the other aspects. And Honorable Bodlani raises an important aspect around the risk of short-circuiting anyone. So that isn't the approach. I think what we're very clear about, and also emanating from the budget speech, was you've got all of these important pressing problems that require money. You can't solve all of them with money immediately. And even though the plan was to deal very, very substantially with the Centex situation, in order to circumvent a situation of a liquidation in the immediate period, then look at how you can use the resources which we have now enabling you to do with this correspondence around the 700 million. DDG Ngobeni will get into great length around the readiness or otherwise of some of the partnership programs which Honorable Matafa asked about, that is being done in order to give a sense of what can be immediately available and the structure of those, because too often we may think that some of them are immediately available, but because we're dealing with a public entity also, there are other, compliance aspects that needs to be complied with. What we have emphasized is that we don't have the luxury of time, because we can't be having a situation where in the lead up to every budget cycle, we have the same conversation about, what would extend the lifespan or what would extend the runway that the post office requires. Excuse me, we need to ultimately move into a period of fiscal certainty in the entity, and that can only happen with a very clear sense of the level of investment that are possible immediately, and then working into the long term. I thought it's important to respond to those two, because they go beyond the operational matters, which both the DDG and the BRP's chairs will then be able to handle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And as you depart, I think you've heard the concern that has been raised repeatedly by members around the impact on staff and how that is being handled as well. And we trust that in the next engagement you'll be able to speak on it, but we are not done on this one yet. So I'm hoping the BRPs as well as Mr. Ngobeni will be able to speak to him. Let's take Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and we appreciate as well all the presentations. Chair, first and foremost, let me register that we'd like to register our very strong disappointment on the letter by the BRP Chair, even though the BRP said it is a must to write that letter upon completing his task. But a must does not only stop on saying when you must write a letter, you need to only stick to one solution for saving the post office. So I think, Chair, we were disappointed that the letter is blatantly only speaking about liquidation of the post office without offering other alternatives of saving the post office besides the liquidation, which there are many ways that can be implemented. But we really appreciate that after all that has happened, there has been a change of mind where even the BRP is mentioning that he's not pro-liquidation. But I think that letter was a very unfortunate letter to be issued, which has only one solution for the post office, in which the BRP was supposed to have other many offerings of saving the post office. I think that's what, first and foremost, Chair, I want to register. And then secondly, Chair, My next point is that we would like to see the exit chair of the BRP needs to be fast-tracked and concluded quickly so that the post office starts to embarking on what the CEO presented here on the strategy of turning around the post office, which is the RFI. I think the CEO as well, you need to start on the first layer that you've shown on your presentation about the digitization of the post office. It must not be an if situation and a sentiment of if the willingness is there. It must be a must as well on those first line that the post office has only those saviors on them to digitize it so that the post office can be a post office of the future. So I think the CEO needs to stick to that and make sure that it works and make sure that the RFI that he issues are the top priority of trying to rescue the post office. Post office has been unfortunate all along. That is, it has been hiring executives, especially at executive layers, that always prioritize other motives other than saving the post office. There are about thousands of staff that is dependent on the post office that needs to be saved from the post office being going to a collapse state. So we appreciate that, and we ask as well that, as the minister has said, there is an amount of 700 million from Treasury that needs to be shared between Centex, SAPO, and SABC. That the minister as well try and include post office in that amount as well, that it must get a bit of that as well to be saved. But the ball sits with the CEO to be serious in turning around that institution, not to be weak in his implementation. Those RFI that you presented here are highly appreciative. They must be implemented. Whoever is from the private sector must come in to assist the post office to turn around. They must be onboarded, come in, turn things around in the post office, and then after that, get whatever share they must get and move out of the post office. After the post office is at a state where it can operate on its own, on itself. But we really appreciate the presentation, Chair, and we would like, Chair, that the emphasis as well that the BRP's exit must be fast-tracked and finalized, and post office must start to take its own life and shape, driven by the CEO to turn it around and making it work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to the department and the business rescue practitioners for the presentation. Chair, I do not want to oversimplify things because I am fully aware that this has been a complicated process. However, I have serious concerns, and I really and honestly believe that the BRPs did not do what they should have done from the beginning. The collapse of the post office was predominantly or primarily due to the post office not evolving in terms of how the economy involved, and the letters are not such a priority, but the parcel environment has actually taken over, and that is where the biggest opportunities lies. And the post office did not get into that environment at the time they should have. So I would just make an example, for example, and just name one business like Takealot, where there could have been an immense amount of synergy between the post office and Takealot, for example, had the post office been in tune with what was happening in the environment and taken advantage of it. So of course the post office missed the boat, and this is where we landed. Now we all understand the BRPs came in and they've done what they can to cut costs and implement savings. But at a level of BRPs, the strategic decision had to be that no business can be saved purely by cost cutting. If you don't enhance revenue, the business can never be sustainable and it will never be financially viable. And I do believe that this whole thing of putting out this RFIs and that kind of thing. I'm not sure when this whole process happened and was finalized and when they can move ahead with it. But they were commercial agreements that could be put into place. They were not having to sell off any property. They were not having to go into partnerships to sell off equity, which was outside their mandate. So these commercial arrangements could have been entered into, which is what they are talking about now in the revenue streams. And I do believe that that is coming in too late. The second thing is that I am concerned, perhaps the Honorable Budlani said it in a different way, and that is, I'm going to put it this way, you know, until a couple of weeks ago or previous presentations, we were told that budget after budget, they were waiting for funding requirements, and basically this whole plan would fall apart if they didn't get 3.8 billion. Now we can make a plan for their exit, get the board in, and the turnaround strategy can be implemented, and the post office can start its recovery process with 350 million. And I'm seriously concerned about that. I mean, I think there's a big difference between 350 million and 3.8 billion. And Honorable Budlani made the point that the 350 million would, the additional 350 million would go a long way with Centec. So that we do not put 350 million in and actually still realize that we've put it in a hole that we cannot recover from. The other concern that I do have, and perhaps I'd like them to address it, I know it was not in their presentation, but in as much as there are 5,800 people who have kept their jobs and are feeding their families and extended families, and we appreciate that, there is a lot of people that lost their jobs. And I want the business rescue practitioners to please confirm that those unfortunate employees who were retrenched have all their dues in whatever respect, statutory or otherwise, medical aids and that kind of thing. Has it all been paid and finalized? Because there were some indications that that these matters regarding those retrenched employees are not fully resolved. And considering people lost their jobs in this process because we were cutting costs, it cannot be that we still have those matters hanging. So I'd just like to hear about that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Singh. I think the next is Honorable Nchabeleng, and then the last member will be Honorable Talisha. Honorable Nchabeleng.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. I think maybe the questions must relate mostly on the issues around this whole business rescue process, Chair. Because we've been given information that yes, there will be a business rescue, and it was actually reported in the last meeting, not that there will be. And then suddenly we are hearing that the rescue process is off the table. So we are not so clear. So I want to just understand a few things, and maybe I will be blamed for. Am I audible, Chair, and visible?
You are both audible and visible, Honorable Nchabeleng.
Okay, I don't see myself. Yeah, so I'm sorry for that. Apologies.
Trust me, you see you.
So yes, it's the looks. You see, that must be important. Chair, the business rescue process in terms of the cash flow and risk of liquidation. Quickly, we just want to know from the BRP process, what was exactly spent in terms of the cash flow runaway exhaustion? When exactly was the 6-month cash flow runaway exhausted? And what obligations are currently at risk of non-payment with regards to this BRP process? Secondly is, what are SAPO's monthly cash burns and immediate funding gaps as of March 2026? The other aspect of it is we want to understand is what operational functions will cease if additional funding is not received. We are aware that there's been a disbursement of the 700 million, and it's been shared across departments. So we don't know what is going to go to SAPO. So in that case, if that money is not received fully, what will be at risk, right? In terms of operational, what would cease operationally? What are the contingency measures that are in place now and receipts of the current, USO funding in April 2026? And the other part of it is at what point will the BRP be legally compelled to file for liquidation if funding does not materialize? We are aware that the funding question has been put on abeyance, but it keeps on coming up because it's a trigger to almost, I think, maybe, almost, I wouldn't say blackmail, but to encourage, the funding of the entity. But we feel that, the business rescue process has taken so long and has been so much for years. They've been around, like, I think more than the last 2 years, if I recall. And as a result, it's, earning money, but at the same time, it's not helping in terms of clarifying a clear direction. And why I'm saying this is the presentation on product, the presentation on services does not talk on really getting the post office out of its current situation. It mainly talks about capitalization, but you're capitalizing a business that does not even have a business case or a business plan. They're talking about 1.something billion, which even if you get it, you can't spend in a business 1.4 billion and then you don't even have a cash flow, projections on what your market potential is. They're still talking about doing parcel delivery as the main business when there's so many competitors, and knowing fully well people no longer go to post office to pick up parcels. They get it at home. It's delivered on the door. And now you're competing with the Ubers, you're competing with the, door-to-door deliveries in terms of parcel, you're competing with the Shein, you're competing with the Timus of the world, you're competing with the, the local ones, Take a Lot, etc. So where does post office find itself in that, market quagmire? And the last question is, has National Treasury been formally notified of the Section 141 2 liquidation risk, and when? I've got other questions, but Chair, let me leave it at this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chabeling. I'm sure this is not the last opportunity. We do need to come back to this matter. So thank you for those questions. Honorable Felicia, you'll be the last.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and the colleagues in this meeting. Chair, I think I want to first start by emphasizing a point that my colleague made, to say, I don't even remember if there was ever a time where business rescues don't threaten liquidation or private, partnership program. And I must just say, were there not any other, options that they could come up with and present to us before they, decide on liquidation or private programs, because it's always that. And I don't think I agree that there aren't any other options for them to always conclude and finalize on those options, because it's always those options. Whenever, the state entities are dealing with business rescues, in conclusion, they always either want to liquidate or they want private partnership. Chairperson, the report says that the Minister of Finance did not include the post office in the budget speech. And as a result, the 6-month cash runway is finished. I ask myself, why? Why is the government allowing the state-owned company to run out of money like this? It's really difficult to not believe that there is no intention by the government to deliberately collapse the post office so that they can, sell it off to private companies. Remember, Chair, there is a legal opinion. I don't know if you remember this. There's a legal opinion dated November last year, which highlighted how the cabinet acted in shocking bad faith. It is that opinion that revealed that the government, the government's claim of committing the 3.8 billion to save the post office was false. It was a false claim that was made under oath. It obviously was intended to mislead the High Court and deceive, the people of South Africa. I think it's important to ask Chairperson why the National Treasury is refused to release the funds to save the post office, because if they did that, I don't think we would be having this conversation right now, because now it does really look like a deliberate attempt to undermine the post office or to render it dysfunctional and ultimately have its control transferred to white monopoly capital. I think it's precisely why today we're having talks of partnership programs, because if they did that, they had an appreciation of a state-owned company, and inject funds into it, we would not be having talks of partnership programs, because to me that also just sounds like a plan to hand over the assets of post office to private hands. So I think, Chair, it really is deeply concerning, because this report does confirm that post office is on life support, and I think it's something that we all know. With the business rescue practitioners, I think they've already made up their minds. We can say in this meeting that liquidation is off the table, but I don't think it is. It is off the table, because they've already drafted the liquidation application, and we don't know how long we have before, they are legally forced to apply that for that liquidation. I don't think it's something that we can say it's off the table. I hear some of my colleagues saying, or even them, to say it's off the table. I don't trust them. I don't think they've got the best interest of the post office at heart. I don't think they want to rescue it, because I think rightly so, Honorable Matafa was asking, what is it that they've done? What is it that they've done, in practical terms? And I think, Chair, we must insist that they must come up with other plans to present to us that do not include the partnership program, that do not include the liquidation. Because there's no way that there's only those two options that there are, apart from Treasury, because I think it's mostly on Treasury. Treasury is supposed to give money to the post office to save the state entity. They can't be making, commitments there and then they just get away with it like that, because they made that commitment under oath. What are we doing about it? Why is there no appreciation to save the post office? Because if there was, really, I do think that the Minister of Finance should have included the post office in his budget speech, not give the 700 million, so that it can be distributed amongst other entities. If there is an appreciation to really save this post office, it was supposed to be part of something that he focuses on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alicia. I must say, I doubt that there's any other entity within this portfolio that members are as passionate in their views about as they are about the turnaround of the post office. I'm going to hand over to the BRPs to respond. It's 10 to 11 now. Can I give you up until maximum? It's a maximum time for the department and the BRPs until 10 past 11. So we can go into the CSI presentation. I must apologize. I know I'm going to have an issue as well with connectivity just now. Mr. Rupal, I see your video is on, and I'm hoping that when you speak, you will be able to reassure the portfolio committee, reassure South Africans of everybody's commitment to turning around the post office. I think we are in having to play a very delicate balancing game. But I want to reassure members also that my understanding, when the Minister of Finance spoke in the House, he specifically mentioned SAPO, Centec, and the SABC. And when he mentions them in a budget speech, that is a policy pronouncement. The conversations, as I understand it, with National Treasury are ongoing. SABC was never intended to be covered in the 700 million, which I think is a decision that government took, but there is a commitment to also look for funding for the SABC outside of that. So Mr. Rupal, and then we'll get also DDG Ngobeni to go, and then at 11:10, we will then have to move on to CSIR. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. And yeah, please keep me in check for the time. Thank you to the honourable members for the questions and the observations. We will do our best to answer all of them in the time allocation. So between myself and the colleagues on the line, we will attempt to answer. And I think just for ease of experience, certain questions, I'll cluster them into a theme and we'll respond accordingly. All right. So the first question is the 350 million. What is it earmarked for? So that is the working capital requirements. That is for working capital requirements for the post office. So that's the usual routine monthly operating cost that needs to be covered. Okay. And I think for Honorable Matafa asks, what else has been done? So it's important to highlight again, what we found when we entered as business rescue practitioners. I just want to reiterate, the BRPs did not cause the demise and the situation of the post office. We were appointed and, we were parachuted in to come in and implement a business rescue plan in terms of the Companies Act, which is what we did. And, part of that process was an extensive process. It doesn't necessarily mean that the BRPs come in. And yes, we do have control. We are temporarily appointed to oversee the supervision, the property, the management of the company until such time that it's liquid and solvent, and then we can return it back. And there's a reasonable prospect of success, and we can then hand it over, to the shareholder and the board. So those are the objectives of the Companies Act. So we've got to work within our mandate, and just maybe at a high level. The business rescue practitioners, I agree, we are not meant to be permanently into the business. And I've said that. We don't disagree with that. It's meant to be temporary supervision. And of course, if you look at a business rescue, no one business rescue is the same. It's very different. And we've always acknowledged upfront that this is a public sector entity. It's obviously a public interest. It's got a high number of stakeholders and affected persons as defined by the Companies Act. And, we had to be responsible in how we are conducting this rescue. So what's important is that no business rescue is the same. And inevitably, almost all, 99% of rescues or turnaround for that matter, requires funding. Unfortunately, that, all these elements come down to what is left in the business, what is its potential, what is it capable of, and what is the available resources to fix and put it on a path of recovery. And that's exactly the objectives we had in mind. So just another few clarification points before I respond directly, because I think it will answer a lot of the questions as well, is again, once we appointed, our appointment was ratified by creditors. If you recall, we had all of these creditors, and it wasn't the BRPs that initially put the entity into rescue. It was one of the creditors back then, 3 years ago in 2023, when the post office was in provisional liquidation. Okay, so once we had drafted the business rescue plan, again, we didn't just run off on our own and start implementing this. This had to be voted on by the creditors. And once it was once those were voted upon by the creditors and approved, we then had the adopted business rescue plan. And the adoption required a majority of the creditors to vote. And once we received that majority vote, the plan became a binding document on all affected persons. And those include the creditors as well as the shareholder, in which case it's the government. And that binding nature means that the 3.8 billion, which was committed to by government, is binding on government. So we must understand that as the BRPs, that's what we had worked with, because in the application, these were the promised funding or the committed funding, and this was voted upon and it became a binding document. So I think it's very important to understand that. And as BRPs, we then implement what the creditors voted on, and which is exactly what we've done. And a question was, can we honestly say that we've done everything in the plan? Absolutely, 100%. The only thing that was outstanding in the plan and is not outstanding is a receipt of 3.8 billion, which is not the BRP's number. That was engaged upon and sensitized and various engagements, even with National Treasury and the department, before the plan was even adopted and published. So absolutely, we've implemented the plan as was voted upon, with the exception of the 3.8 billion, which we now received confirmation 6 months ago around September that there is no funding. And when we received that confirmation that there was no funding in September, we then immediately said, well, we did the responsible thing, because we said, okay, we now need to look at runway, because if that's the answer, we then need to terminate the rescue. So I disagree that the business rescue practitioners have stayed here longer than they ought to, and those type of comments, because that is simply not true. Like I said in the presentation, we had commenced with termination proceedings in September last year already with the minister and the team. And we do believe that handing over the business is the right thing to do. And yes, liquidation is not should be the final option. That's not something that we advocate for. So if I can then get to the direct question, Honorable Matafa asked, what else have we done? We've done a lot of things. And we looked at pretty much every single aspect of the operations. And I can give so many examples, but I'm wary of the time. One of the things that we did was on the property portfolio. There were a lot of properties that were underutilized. And we still believe there's a lot of earning potential there. Those are we actually started reactivating branches which were really dilapidated. Those are operational things. Another operational aspect that we did was we ran proof of concepts on various parts of the business. And one example in particular was the delivery mechanisms of our postmen, which, as you know, we're only postmen walking the streets. We ran a proof of concept with motorbikes, branded motorbikes. We basically activated vehicles. We introduced telemetry so that we could track postmen, the delivery times, the efficiencies, the delivery of parcels. Obviously, there wasn't a proof of concept, and that was dependent on more funding coming for us to have commercialized this. But unfortunately, the funding never came. And there are many more examples like this. And I think maybe operationally as well, we found a lot of inefficiencies. We had to really improve and tighten up controls. But yes, I agree that's from the financial side, but it talks to the operations. Again, there were a lot of cases of misconduct that were not dealt with. And as we're all aware, we are dealing with taxpayers' money in the estate. We're very mindful of our PFM obligations. And we did over 180 disciplinary cases, which also dealt with dishonesty and things like that. And as we know, in the broader sense of other state-owned entities, these are diseases that are there, and we dealt decisively with that. These things add to culture, intent. It adds to, obviously, more efficiency in the business. And that's another example. And maybe one other very important example is the bigger aspects around how the business needs to pivot. Yes, we agree. Domestic mail, traditional mail is the sunset industry. It's done. We acknowledge that. We're not running away from that. In fact, we said it on day one. And the plan talks to diversifying the business into parcel delivery, into financial services, into digital services. And even though there's a decline in traditional mail, when we benchmark against all other postal operators globally, it's not like traditional mail has vanished altogether. There's still a very small portion of it. And one of the honorable members spoke about the bank's obligations and the legal fraternity. They still need to deliver registered physical letters. So there's still a demand. You still find there's a segment of the population that still wants a hard printed copy of a magazine. And some of our clients are still delivering that. So we must be very careful to say that there's no traditional mail, it's zero, ignore all efforts around that. You still got, whilst there's an opportunity to earn some revenue, yes, it's not a lot, but it's some revenues, and the post office has to protect all revenues. There's still a need. But the ability to pivot this business into the courier and parcel business was absolutely critical to us as BRPs. It was on the top of mind. And we explored many opportunities there. And we'll talk to partnerships shortly. I will share with you how we proactively also pursue partnerships. So I just wanted to clarify that. So those are some examples, practical things that we've done. And there's a lot more. There's just no time to get into all of this. Operationally as well, there were a lot of cases that were left unattended to. the post office was being litigated against, we dealt decisively with all of those matters to remove uncertainty for the organization. Okay, then I think in terms of timelines and deadlines, specific individuals, we agree. There is urgency to terminate the business rescue because, again, I've highlighted, and I'm not going to repeat it, it makes sense for the business now to go back to the shareholder, given the significant constraints that we face as business rescue practitioners. And again, I'll repeat, we're not allowed to borrow any money. We cannot sell any assets. We can't sell any portion of the business. I agree there's only so much you can rationalize from a finance and cost cutting, and we've done that. We're not saying that that was the only thing. We looked at other aspects. And then I think it brings me then to the partnership, which I'll start a bit broad, and then, I'm going to invite a colleague to also respond here. So I need to deal with this misconception that we haven't done anything on partnerships. I absolutely disagree with that. We were very proactive on exploring partnerships. And that's what the business rescue plan said, explore partnerships. And in order to do meaningful partnerships, it's important, again, to understand what the business rescue practitioners inherit. I think everyone's making the assumption that we inherited a post office that has infrastructure that's at a level comparable to everyone else in the market. That is absolutely not true. What we inherited is very aged, dilapidated, neglected infrastructure, which is why we've always said, and we've earmarked the 3.8 billion, not for anything else, but to improve the infrastructure. We need to get it to a level where it's comparable for partners to plug in, because partners want to plug and play. And the partners are making the assumption that we have the latest software, for example. We have the latest ERP system, which we don't. And this is where the money needs to go through via partnership or capital spending now in future. And that's for the board or the new board to decide with the shareholder. So we must understand that we were not on the same level playing field. I think Honorable Gilishe mentioned the entities on life support. When we took over the business, it was in ICU. The entity was having a very faint pulse. It was almost dead, as you all aware. Through the 2.4 billion in our initiatives, we now we've stabilized the entity and brought it into high care, as my colleague would say. Now, without further investment, how do we expect an entity that's in high care to go and run a 100-meter sprint with the likes of a Take-A-Lot? It's just not possible. So there's time, and that's why with management we developed, and we didn't have to do this. We developed a detailed turnaround strategy that was presented to this committee, and we believe it contains all the aspects of diversification, benchmarking against other postal operators, and what the business can do. If we look at the sub 1 kilogram issue as well, which again, we've got to deal with the unfortunate contradictions that are cropping up. And I'm not necessarily criticizing anyone, but the 1 kilogram is the exclusive license and domain of the SA Post Office until the minister, gazetted that we no longer have that exclusivity. And obviously, we're waiting for confirmation from the regulator, ICASA, to confirm that we don't have that exclusivity. That is ongoing. Now, the parcel business was one of the important parts or critical parts of the diversification because, yes, e-commerce has been increasing. The post office has the infrastructure. It has the postmen. It has the depots. It has the post offices. So this is infrastructure that you leverage to then do parcels as well, because the post office was doing this in the past, way back in the past, until it was cannibalized and taken over with the private sector. And we must then understand that, again, when we entered, we had this exclusive right and we had private players that were illegally delivering parcels because they did not have the exclusive right, we did. And that was neglected on the post office side. We had to pick that up. We started defending the litigation. And, it was Take-A-Lot, the Postnet, it's Postnet, Take-A-Lot, the Express Parcel Association and others that were basically trying to strip an intangible asset away from a public entity, which is the post office. And we defended that, and we had to now stop, obviously, because of the minister's directive. So we've got to deal with the contradictions here, because when we now talk about Take-A-Lot in that context, it's difficult. It's almost uneasy to go and try and do a partnership with someone that's litigating and suing you for your intangible asset. Nonetheless, I engaged early on in the business rescue process, where I engaged with Takealot at the time, very early on. And unfortunately, there was no appetite. And they subsequently came back. They did, and I'm trying not to obviously pick on names and so on, but seeing that Takealot was mentioned, we did engage with him. And unfortunately, and Walter will come in now and explain and give you the facts about the proposal there, because again, the post office needs opportunities and partnerships that will move the dial, not coming to pilot 6 or 7 of our branches. That doesn't make sense. But I thought I'd answer that in a broader context. And then whilst on partnerships, again, I want to correct something. We have explored partnerships. So in fact, we did initiate 2 smaller ones. One was a digital e-registered platform. That was done in a partnership. It was on a small scale, but there's good growth potential, and that is growing. That's created a new revenue stream for the post office, where we provide e-registered letters, for example. The other was a partnership with our buildings, with a partner where the partner could install cell phone towers or masts onto our own buildings, and we've been earning rental revenues. So these are smaller ones that were done. But I think the bigger concern, the bigger determination is what are the big partnerships that will move the dial. And that's why we are also glad that the RFI process had kicked off. Then in terms of...
Sorry, Mr. Rupert, you have 5 minutes left in case the department also wants to make any input. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick then. I'll sum up. And I think what we don't respond, we'll respond to in writing. We do note the time constraints. All right. And then I think the question was, there's no oversight on the BRPs. The BRPs, it's a long, abnormal situation. I've already answered that. We agree. Business rescue is not meant to be a long process. We are not meant to be permanent features of the business, which is why we proactively started in September last year, because we want to hand over the business to the shareholder on the board. There were comments that there were no oversight. Clearly not correct. We are senior business rescue practitioners licensed with SIPC, and that's the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. So before we get approved before we can act as business rescue practitioners, we have to be licensed. Both Juanito Dalmans and myself are licensed senior business rescue practitioners. We have to be independent. There's certain criteria we need to meet before we onboard an assignment. We at that point we're independent, and I want to confirm that we are still independent. To say there's no oversight, that's not correct. SIPC exercises oversight on us. There's a regulatory or a requirement in the Companies Act that we report every month, and we have done so. There's 29 monthly reports that we issue to affected persons. Those are all on our website, and it's available. And then in addition, oversight was also done by the department, the DCDT, together with National Treasury. There were regular monthly meetings where we had to attend a meeting with National Treasury and the department, and they would track our progress and conduct on the business rescue. So I really want to put that to bed because, again, we've acted very responsibly. And then maybe quickly on Honorable Adonis, other post offices, what have they done to turn around? We've benchmarked against other global operators, and what's in our plan is pretty much what other postal operators have done as designated postal operators in terms of international postal obligations. And what training has been provided to SAPO and collaboration? I would like to add that, again, with the budget constraints that we had, we also focused on training initiatives. We've spoken to NAMISA on partnership potentials. In fact, we have done certain digital training for staff, albeit maybe not on a very advanced level. But again, we did what we could do in terms of the funding that we had. I think maybe let me just want to check with my team members before I hog the rest of the 2 minutes. Is there anyone else that would like to answer any of the questions? And the rest we will come through in written responses. Okay, Chair, I think, I'm just watching the time. I'll stop there then and allow the DDG to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Ugo. DDG, please, if you could just round it up. We'll have to come back to this matter again. I see that, for example, Honorable Traveling had his hand up. We're going to have to make time to comment. But Didi Jingobeni?
No, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just talk to two issues. One is on the issue of the low-hanging opportunities that are being explored. We are engaging with the DBSA to support us on that. We actually had a meeting 2 weeks ago where SAPO presented what they think are priority areas that they need to be focused on, and the DBSA is considering those. But I know there are areas, particularly around the property environment, where the DBSA is also keen on exploring that, and they believe there could be opportunities for some of the properties where they could be, can be explored quite urgently. So there are processes that are underway in that regard. We actually had an update meeting yesterday where they also provided us with the update even on the administrative processes to address that. Then the other issue in terms of the support for the retrenched workers, we have had several engagements with those workers that have been retrenched to support them, and there was a question whether they have received all their dues. I think what's outstanding for most of them, it's what they should have received if the 3.8 billion was allocated, which is the 18 cent in a rand that was supposed to be paid to the statutory creditors, which is SARS, the retirement fund, and the medical aid. So because that has not been paid, they've not been able to receive those. But there's still a pocket of other ex-workers who have been did not receive their 12 cent in a rand that they should have obtained previously. And when we engage with them, we established that the pension fund or the retirement fund could not locate them. Then we worked with the representatives of the retrenched workers to try and locate those, and that process is underway between the workers and the retirement fund. I'll pause here, Chair, in light of the time constraints. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DDG. And once again, let me thank the department, the BRPs, and the ministries for the input. I think there are a lot of questions that still remain, colleagues, and we would want to revisit this issue in the next term. I'm hoping at that time there'll be greater clarity, especially with regards to, confirmation of the 350 million, how that 350 million is going to be spent. And I think, like Honorable Chauke Adonis was asking, a consolidated, comprehensive timeframe so that all of us know what we are working with. But we will return to that. I'd like us now to perhaps welcome the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, who have been invited to this portfolio committee. I truly appreciate that they've been waiting since 9 o'clock, and we do apologize for that. In the meeting with us today is a very intimidating list of very important people. Dr. Sandile Malinga, who's the Group Executive Smart Society, Dr. Mutodi Masermule, Group Executive Advanced Production and Security, Dr. Lucas Fumbi, Business Development Manager, Dr. Jabu Mfreni, Dr. Senvia Matadin, and Mr. Lenny Simpson and Mr. Zamokwa Ketlamine. You are all welcome, colleagues. If I could then hand over to you for your presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to have a problem with connectivity. I'd ask Honorable Jovani to just come in and share as and when I lose a signal. Over to the CSI.
Thanks a lot, Chair. My name is Mutodi Masermule. I will start with the presentation, and some of my colleagues will take over after I do the overview of the presentation. We need to. My understanding, one of my colleagues is supposed to share the presentation.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson, and thanks, Dr. Mutodi. Chairperson, could you maybe with your help assist us to share the presentation? It seems it's disabled.
You've got co-host rights. Go ahead.
Thank you. The screen.
Honorable Chair, I also request to in managing my very skin network, I also request, as I've shown my face, I also request to be able to mute my video if
I'm
it's
tempted to
acceptable.
reject that request, but that's fine. You may proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So, honorable members, we consider it our privilege to be in your presence this morning, as you have the important work of solving much more important problems for the country. So today we will present to you ICT research in digital economy, future research agenda around emerging technologies, including some of the current work that we're busy with, which is well supported by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Next slide, please. So I will go over the overview, and my colleagues will go over the subsequent portions of the presentation. Next slide, please. So the CSR mandate, which was created through an act of parliament, as presided over by your predecessors, is that CSR conduct directed and particularly multidisciplinary research and technological innovation in the national interest, and in its opinion should receive preference, foster industrial and scientific development either by itself or in cooperation with principals from the private and public sectors, and thereby contributing to the improvement of the quality of life of the people of the Republic. So this is a very hefty mandate that we carry, and we seek to deliver on year in and year out as part of the responsibility of the state. Next slide, please. So the vision, as recently adopted, most notably in the last 7 years, we are accelerators of socioeconomic prosperity in the republics of South Africa through leading innovation. How we do this, we collaboratively innovate and localize technologies while providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of industry and society. Next slide. We have values that guide what we do. We strive for excellence and quality in everything that we do. We are people-centric, meaning that without people, we really have very little to talk about existence of the organization. But we respect diversity and conduct ourselves in a manner that upholds the dignity of every person. We treat all our stakeholders the way we would like to be treated. And integrity, this is a cornerstone of our governance and everything we do. We respect the trust that our colleagues and stakeholders place in us and commit to ethical decision making, delivery, and governance. Collaboration is a cornerstone as well. We are keen to learn from one another and collaborate across the organization with external partners to ensure that our work has the best chance of innovating a better future for the Republic of South Africa. Next slide, please. So the strategic intent of the CSR is inclusive growth of the of the South African economy and of the institution, where we strive for sustainability, utilizing CSR capabilities and technologies to improve the sustainability and competitiveness of South African enterprises and the financial sustainability of the organization. As an organ of state, we seek to effect impact, focusing on the commercialization of our technologies for industrial development, as well as technology and knowledge transfer that enable a capable state. It's important for us to be relevant to the challenges and opportunities of the Republic. And so by so doing, we address the CSR's role in driving the relevance of innovation, research and development in inclusive, sustainable industrial development, and the creation of a capable state. Next slide, please. In terms of numbers and our geographic footprint, the biggest campus for us is in Pretoria. We have a presence in Johannesburg, Durban, Stellenbosch, Cape Town, and Gqeberha. We have a staff complement of about 2,300. Black South Africans constitute 79%. Female South Africans about 46%. And the total science, engineering, and technology base for the CSR is 70%. And Black South Africans in the science, engineering, and technology base is 73%. And female South Africans in the set base is about 40%. Now, to contrast with the national figures for the female South Africans, we only have 28% of the set base in the country being female. So we are ahead of the national figures in this regard, and we are deliberate and we take pride in this. We were hoping that the country and the organization will move more towards slightly over 50% to be properly representative of the demographics. Employees with disabilities slightly under 3%, and the set base with masters is 30%, and set base with doctorates is about 19%. Next slide, please. So the way the strategic objectives include conducting research and development of transformative technologies and accelerating their diffusion within industry and the public sector. Also to improving the competitiveness of high impact industries of the Republic in support of reindustrialization by collaboratively developing, localizing, and implementing technology solutions. Socio-economic transformation through research, development, and innovation that supports the development of a capable state. The inward-looking strategic objectives include building and transforming human capital and the infrastructure, and diversifying income and maintaining financial sustainability and good governance for the organization. And we have been we've been managing the SO5 quite well for as long as I've been in the employ of the CSIR, which dates back to 1999. I haven't experienced anything other than clean audits when it comes to governance. Next slide, please. So the strategic focus areas of the CSR are shared. What is important is that in terms of digital research and development, it is becoming more ubiquitous. We have advanced agriculture and food. There are applications there are very advanced applications of digital research and development here. Future production chemicals as well, and next generation health. This is where there is the footprint is quite advanced. When we talk about the last pandemic that the world experienced, we saw a lot of good work coming out of here, and also informing the solutions, the digital solutions that enable the country to move forward, and actually to be in the mix of seeking solutions for the pandemic. Future production manufacturing, we also have a very strong application in terms of digital technologies here. We have a center for robotics. You will see some of the work being highlighted today. Future production mining, also digital solutions being employed in this area. Defense and security houses the Cyber Security Center, which will be featured prominently. And again, we have applications in smart places. Smart places includes energy, water resource, and the built environment. So again, they are very strong applications. Smart mobility, and another one with strong applications. Next, which includes logistics and road networks. Next generation enterprises and institutions. This is really a very strong area of ICT research. Most of the ICT research and development happens here, but it also houses a good number of centers, and it houses the ICT infrastructure and the Sunrun network that conjoins all the research institutions in the country, including science councils and universities. Next slide. All right, I'll stop here, and my colleague will take it forward.
May I be unmuted? Oh, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you. Is the presentation still visible?
Yes, the presentation is visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chairperson, honorable members, there is no single standard definition for digital economy. In other words, there is no universally agreed definition of what the digital economy is. Now, based on the digital economy master plan in South Africa, we follow the definitional considerations of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development Framework. And the reason for this is that we recognize that the impact of digital technologies is across sectors such as mining, agriculture, energy, health, and manufacturing. The question now arises, why is the digital economy important for South Africa? And I believe that this question has been answered by the Digital Economy Master Plan, which identifies 3 key objectives that South Africa must coalesce around and try in the implementation of the digital economy to focus on. And this is inclusive economic growth, job creation, and transformation. In terms of the inclusive economic growth, the master plan estimates that the digital economy can generate approximately 4.5% of GDP per annum. And in terms of job creation, we know digital economy can create new forms of work. For instance, through digital platform work, digital services, and tech-enabled industries for all businesses and for all individuals. And in terms of transformation, which is one of the big aspects within our economic, and it speaks directly to inclusive economic growth, digital transformation has got the potential, digital economy, sorry, it has the potential to reduce inequality over time through and upskilling opportunities. So we've tried to look at this and in terms from the CSIR of the value chain and how the digital ecosystem looks like and what are the role players within this space. And we have decomposed it in accordance to our perspective. And this perspective is informed by the space within which we contribute to, because we largely contribute to digital infrastructure, digital platforms, digital applications, and digital services. So we believe, at least from our perspective, that the digital economy is built on 4 interconnected layers by a broad number of players, of which some of them are actually identified in the Digital Economy Master Plan, and they actually contributed through consultation towards its development. And in the digital infrastructure space, for instance, you've got telecom operators and cloud providers, among others, who provides the foundation through connectivity and data systems. And actually, without this pillar, it will be difficult and extremely challenging to ensure that the digital economy is inclusive in its nature and it can contribute to inclusive economic growth. So this pillar is fundamental and it must be done right. Platforms and applications, we've got a plethora of them, the e-commerce platforms, payment platforms, mobile app providers. They all enable innovation and market access within this innovation ecosystem. Digital services, we are familiar with fintechs, the edtechs, the health tech service providers who deliver value to citizens, businesses, and government. CSIR is actively participating in these 4 layers, and these are the strong pillars that CSIR contributes to within the digital economy ecosystem and the value chain of the digital economy. CSIR work in the digital economy is directly aligned with South Africa's national policies, plans, and development priorities. This largely stems from our mandate and as articulated by Dr. Mutodi Masirumule just now, our mandate is aligned to ensure that we respond to the pertinent national priority requirements and we align ourselves to these policies, development plans, and priorities. And this alignment actually ensures that as CSIR, we develop digital research and innovation, and all our efforts are not undertaken in isolation, but are responsive to policy direction and are responsive to national development plans. And what do I mean by this? For example, our future research on our future research agenda on emerging technologies and capability development for the digital economy is strongly guided and underpinned by the Science, Technology, and Innovation Decadal Plan from DSTR. Our work on spectrum switch technology is underpinned by the key objectives of the master plan. This technology actually directly contributes to inclusive growth, job creation, and transformation. I'll provide some details in the slides that are coming in terms of how this does that and what are the actual numbers that we can look tangibly in terms of measuring that impact. We are also one of the key digital infrastructure providers that are actually currently supporting Mzansi Exchange pilot, which is a central component of the South Africa's roadmap for digital transformation of government. Now, what is the role? The Dr. Mutodi Masirumule has highlighted one of the clusters within CSIR called Next Generation Enterprises and Institutions Cluster, which largely focuses on enabling digital transformation in government, public institutions, and industry. So given the breadth of our multidisciplinary work, and this has been highlighted by Dr. Mutodi Masrumule in the initial slides that he presented, our presentation today will highlight only a few selected areas, but the scope is very broad. So we'll focus on e-government, network systems and applications, operational intelligence, and others as well, including cybersecurity and robotics, which my colleagues I will hand over to after my presentation to provide some details around the cybersecurity and robotics presentation. So in e-government, what do we do as CSIR? And just to give an example of what is the impact of what we're doing in e-government. CSIR, for instance, in e-government, develops and deploys large-scale bespoke national information system. And we do this to strengthen the state capacity and improve service delivery. This is our main focus within this space. And we work very closely with a number of departments, public entities in establishing this and working with them very, very, very closely. For example, we have developed a digital platform called Oceans and Coastal Information Management System. Many of you might be familiar with it to support the government and growth of the blue economy and related blue digital economy, which is one of the significant economies that are emerging globally, where there's a need for digital twin to simulate, for instance, the ocean's environment and actually understand it much better than we have, but also govern it much better and also make sure that it can generate the revenues for different countries and regions in line with the blue economy strategy. Network systems and applications. In network system and applications, CSIR strongly focuses on bridging the connectivity divide, fostering inclusion through networking and language technologies. Many will be familiar with our spectrum switch technologies, but also our open 5G platforms, which we have developed directly for providing rural connectivity for people in unconnected areas. Again, this layer is so important to the digital economy that if it's not, we don't get it right, a lot of people will not be able to participate in the digital economy, because inclusive economic growth means that we have provided this layer, the digital infrastructure, and many of the people and the population and businesses have got access and equal opportunity to participate in the digital economy. And CSIR strongly focus on this, especially guided by our mandate to improving the quality of life of our people. In operational intelligence, CSIR focuses on provisioning of decision support through bespoke intelligent data-informed systems and tools. For example, our satellite-based fire detection and alert system called Advanced Fire Information Management System today is currently still being deployed by ESCOM to monitor fires near power lines and to prevent outages. And this is still being used and deployed by ESCOM. Chairperson and honorable members, we are advancing research and development in emerging 4IR technologies with a strong particular focus on artificial intelligence, advanced Internet of Things, and distributed ledger technologies. For example, an IoT, advanced IoT system developed by the CSIR called an online radiation monitoring system is currently being deployed by the National Nuclear Regulator across multiple sites in South Africa to monitor radiation in that space. An artificial intelligence solar aid platform that analyzes solar PV modules to detect defects and improve performance is currently being piloted with companies in the energy industry. So we are working with them to pilot this, and then we're also making some design changes to make sure that this technology is responsive to the issues that these stakeholders are facing. and it's proving to be one of the technologies that may bring cost efficiencies in terms of maintenance and detecting defects on solar PVs within this particular industry. A distributed ledger technologies platform called ExoChain, which monitors cryptocurrency transactions, defects, fraud, is currently supporting law enforcement and regulators in financial crime investigations. Lastly, we have the National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure System. This facility is currently providing cyber infrastructure primarily to academic institutions and research organizations. However, we do have opportunities where we work with small businesses and so for research purposes to run their AI models and to work on this infrastructure for particular development of their own solutions and technologies, which they can later take to a market. So as we undertake our work, we can't address the entire digital economy. So we have tried to structure ourselves such that we align ourselves to specific strategic priorities. And we have created 3 strategic programs within CSIR that relate to the digital economy. And this program focuses on strengthening government capability through what we call smart government services. And then we also focus on improving financial inclusion and resilience through digital technologies. But we also enable, and this is a key element, a broad participation in the digital economy by building foundational and localized digital capabilities. Now, how do we utilize these strategic programs to guide us in terms of ensuring that we can translate these priorities into action through targeted research, development, and innovation? So we create specific initiatives around those, and some of them are already there, and we are working with various departments and the stakeholders in the private sector, and we are implementing these. For instance, the digital health system, there's a slide I will talk to, and then we also the secure government cloud platforms, fraud detection and text tools, which I've just mentioned, trustworthy AI, connectivity, and local language technologies. Now, one example of how we actually approach and work within these strategic programs is that we identify a big complex problem that have got maximum and significant impact, particularly for service delivery or at least for economic growth that supports, for instance, industrial development and so forth. So an example is that a few years ago, we've looked at the digital health space, and there was an identification of a myriad of problems. And one of those is that there was a fragmentation of health information systems, and there was an absence of critical health information systems within the health sector. And that actually was a barrier in making sure that you can implement or deploy efficient digital systems at a national scale that could support, for instance, your likes of the Department of Health, and ensure that services are delivered efficiently and optimally to our citizens. And in response, the CSIR did not develop the system immediately, but what they did was to work with the stakeholders within this sector to develop health normative standards framework for digital health interoperability, ensuring that that is the foundation and key elements of these digital systems could be integrated, for instance, at the data exchange layer, allowing in this space for sharing of data, especially within the department, to make sure that the systems are efficiently done and can be built to be efficient and interoperable. The key was the interoperability in this space. These normative standards were published in the Government Gazette in 2022 This framework, even today, provides the foundation for secure data sharing and system integration and information management across the health sector. And based on this policy and standards work, the CSIR has implemented large-scale national digital health systems. You may be familiar, perhaps, with the health patient registration system, which is now deployed in more than 3,000 health facilities with over 65 million registration. And the electronic vaccine data system used in the COVID-19 response and the master health facility list. Sorry, is there a comment?
I think Trustee Doc will take a comment at the.
Sorry, I didn't get that. May you repeat, please?
Dr. Gumbi, Chair was saying, please carry on. We will take comments and questions at the end of your presentation.
Oh, thank you, the Chair. I thought I had heard somebody wanting to comment. Chairperson and honorable members, the other aspects that we have looked at is in the financial intelligence and inclusion, particularly focusing on financial intelligence. This is another example of how CSIR supports financial intelligence at a national level, following our strategic priority program approach. The core challenge is that of high levels of tax non-compliance, costing SARS billions of rands, limited crypto-specific reporting rules, and a sharp increase in digital asset fraud, which has now been established by SARS. So SARS has acknowledged this and has communicated this, and they're putting mechanisms in place to actually deal with this problem, because there is a lot of capital flight in terms of tax around this space, in terms of the crypto tax non-compliance. So the CSIR, in fact, has already taken a journey where they had already started, and they are working on this, developing a number of crypto tax tools aligned to SARS rules to strengthen the tax auditing and compliance. And then we also, for instance, connectivity, the digital enablement layer, which forms the digital economy enabler strategic priority program. When you look at the connectivity space and you try to assess it, for digital economy enablement, the key challenge is that many rural communities remain excluded from affordable internet access, while small wireless network operators face high barriers to entering the telecoms market. And we have understood this for quite some time. We are working with various SMMEs in terms of ensuring that the technologies such as spectrum switch are introduced in the market, and they're trying to solve this problem in closing the gap for the unconnected. In response, as I've indicated, CSIR developed the spectrum switch technologies that actually enables dynamic spectrum access for broadband connectivity. I will not get into the technicalities, but basically it's a technology that allows radio frequencies in the channels of the TV-wide space to be repurposed for broadband connectivity. Between 2020 and 2024, this intervention supported SMMEs, supporting inclusive growth, creating jobs, connected public facilities, households and small businesses, and enabled tens of thousands of daily internet users, demonstrating the measurable impact in connecting the unconnected. And on the right-hand side of the slides, there are figures there that are created, but these figures are from 2020 to 2024. We have since worked with various NGOs and other SMMEs, and these numbers have increased significantly. So this is just to indicate that period. But for now, if we look at these numbers, they have increased significantly. And we're trying to address this space so that the digital economy is viable as an inclusive economy, for everyone in terms of businesses, but also the individuals, obviously within our country. Chairperson, honorable members, I would like to touch on a bit on NIGIS. I did highlight it in the previous slide, but I didn't go in a bit of a little bit of details. Please bear with me. This will be the last two slides that I talk on before I pass on to my colleagues. The National Integrated Cyber Infrastructure, Chairperson and honorable members, is quite a critical and important infrastructure, especially for digital infrastructure, and looking at sovereignty, and especially data sovereignty. And from the National Integrated Cyber Security, currently, we operate over 1 petaflop of high-performance computing capacity, and with a further 4 petaflops in active deployment. Why I mention this is maybe technical terms, but why I'm mentioning this, they actually signal both maturity and strong forward momentum in national sovereign computing capability for South Africa. So if we enhance this capability, we definitely will be in a better position in terms of our data sovereignty, and including even your sovereign AI cloud infrastructure, which will be quite critical moving forward in terms of AI and machine learning innovation. Now, at the core of this capability is GPU-enabled compute. You've got optimized AI and advanced analytics. We are hosting this on a sovereign OpenStack private cloud, meaning we can build this from the beginning and we can actually do it for everybody else in the private sector and even work with government. This ensures flexibility, scalability, and importantly, data sovereignty, which is critical for government and the public sector use. We also have got SANREN. Dr. Mutodi Maserumule has touched on it within NIGIS. And SANREN is connected via a 100 gigabit national backbone network deployed on state-owned fiber infrastructure. And this provides high-speed, reliable connectivity across the country, enabling institutions, particularly academic and research institutions, to access national resources such as compute, storage, and processing across the country. In summary, Chairperson and honorable members, this slide shows that South Africa already has a strong, scalable, and future-ready digital foundation in place. And why is this critical and important? National sovereign AI cloud infrastructure is not an option to ensure that South Africa can have data sovereignty, which many countries is something that they are looking to, given what is happening in the global environment. This last slide, Chairperson and honorable members, is just highlighting the key research and development areas that we're strongly focusing on, supported by the DSTI Foundational Digital Capabilities Research, the FDCR, which is under the Science, Technology, and Innovation Decadal Plan. And these are the areas that it focuses on: Internet of Things, cloud computing, distributed ledger technologies, network systems and application, and strong focus on artificial intelligence. Chairperson, honorable members, due to time constraint, I will now hand over to Dr. Jabu Mtweni, who will take us through the cybersecurity presentation, which is also part of these key research and development areas that we are looking into in the future, working with DSTI. Over to you, Dr. Mtweni.
Well, thank you very much, Lucas, and thank you to the chairperson, the honorable members, and the colleagues who are in attendance. I think mine is just going to focus on the CSIR Information and Cybersecurity Research Center, which is obviously very important in securing, the digital economy. And I'm going to touch on our capabilities that we have developed over a couple of years, some of our future initiatives, but I will also share our integration, with the government ecosystem, some of the other departments that we work very closely with regards to this capability. And then I will just stop there. I'm not going to take long. I think a few minutes we will do. So Lucas, if you could go to the next slide, and I think the members have the slides, so I would not try and go through all the details. But in essence, Chairperson and honorable members, what the CSIR Information and Cybersecurity Research Center does is about researching and innovating, homegrown solutions, particularly within the I think there are some screens that are popping up in front of me here we research and innovate homegrown identity solutions, cyber and information security solutions, particularly to secure, identify, and protect systems and people in general, from cradle to grave. So the work that we do covers both the digital side as well as the physical side. If they go to the next slide, I will share with you just the summary without going into details of our capabilities. I think, Lucas, you could go to the next slide. So within this particular slide, Chairperson and honorable members, it sort of gives you a brief and high-level overview in terms of the work that we do. And this work is categorized into the framework that is shown there at the top. In other words, we have capabilities in terms of identification of threats, risks, and the likes within the digital space, the protection of assets and digital systems, the prediction, of threats and vulnerabilities as well as risks, detection of these when they happen in operational environments, but also we support with regards to response and recover. And I think one of the points I would just highlight here, honorable members and the chairperson, is that our work is obviously research and development, but based on our strategy from the CSIR, we do research, which is applied research, but we also strategically collaborate and partner with the private sector, with the public sector, in terms of developing some of these technologies. But some of them, some of this work is also important to enable a capable state, which we will share, but also very critical in terms of building human capital, building skills, and also having R&D infrastructure. So in essence, the cybersecurity capability within the CSIR is divided into 4. We've got what we call, I will start on the left-hand side, which is secure identity systems. That's where, this capability has been in existence for some time. We have worked very closely with Home Affairs and other entities such as SASA and the likes, particularly in building homegrown technologies from ground up, from fingerprints, whether it's ear recognition, face recognition, and iris. And I think one thing I would want to emphasize here is that we are not just dealing with the research part of it. We develop algorithms, homegrown algorithms, but we also try work with other stakeholders such as our manufacturing cluster in terms of building hardware and software with regards to some of these technologies, because I think they are very, very critical, from the sovereignty point of view. And there's work we have done as well with the police. For example, we have got some technologies here on laser OCT, which is optical coherence tomography, where we pick up fingerprints from crime scenes, using new methods. And we also test various sensors for security vulnerabilities and the likes. And then, as I've indicated, we also, within this particular area, work, whether it's about guide advisory and giving some inputs on issues of digital identity and the likes, which I will cover very briefly now. And then we have the governance, privacy, and trust, which obviously plays a very core component of cybersecurity, where we support particularly the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. I will share an example of that, with regards to the establishment of the information cybersecurity structures like the cybersecurity hub. We support the police and various others as well. I'm not going to touch on all of these, but we also do data security and analytics. This is also more operational, where we do a lot of work in terms of supporting various entities and stakeholders with regards to data security, the issues of incident response, security monitoring. We have a facility which I will share now, which is called the Virtual Security Operations Center within the CSIR. We also, on the cybersecurity systems part, are responsible for building various cybersecurity systems. This capability, Chairperson and honorable members, is embedded in our work that we have done with the South African Defence Force over time, and it is a very strong one, but now it has been scaled, to support other entities in terms of building their own tools, particularly when we are considering some of these geopolitical tensions, in terms of how do we then start to build our own solutions from the secure communications and the likes, secure development, and as well as working with other state entities such as the State Security Agency. So that's the work we do here with regards to protecting that. So there's a number of course, I won't have time, Chairperson and honorable members, to cover all of them. But the CSIR is always open for a visit where they could see some of these capabilities in real life, because, as I've said, they are not just research oriented, they are not just in papers. Some of them exist, and some of them are already operational. Lucas, if you go to the next slide, I will then deal with some of the examples. This is one facility that we have established, honorable members and Chairperson, which we call the Virtual Cybersecurity Operations Center. And this was actually established during the pandemic, but with the sole purpose of supporting the organizations or entities that do not have the necessary resources and the infrastructure, to build the big data centers for themselves, and they may not even have the people to look after their digital infrastructure from the security perspective. So we have this facility. The reason we call it virtual is that it can support multi-tenants, and we are able to do issues such as threat hunting, in other words, being proactive, threat intelligence. When there are incidences, we are also able to do digital forensics. When there are incidences, for example, hacks that happen, we're able to also support with technical skills the various entities as well. We provide cyber advisories. Sometimes we work very closely with other entities such as NetJoins, to do issues of social media intelligence as well. So this capability exists and it's operational, and there are a number of entities that are already supported here. For example, the City of Johannesburg, the Department of Labor and Employment, as well as NSFAS and various others. We had also onboarded a number of SETA SMMEs from the security space, where we support them to look after their digital assets in this case. And this is a 24/7, supported by a very big team, but a very young and diverse team, because we are very strong in terms of capacitating them. And these are not just Chairperson and honorable members, just doctors, but these are completely certified, cybersecurity specialists with the professional qualifications from the ethical hacking as well as the academic qualification. And I believe, honorable members, within the country, this is one of the very strong team where even the banks and the likes, they take even some of our people, because we have a very, very strong capability in this regard. If you go to the next slide, just to share another example of the work that we do within this space, we are supporting the South African Police Service with the implementation of the designated point of contact, which is mandated within the Cyber Crimes Act of 2020, Act number 19, particularly Section 52 and Section 54. So what we have done, one thing, we are co-hosting them within our campus, which is obviously a key point, where we are supporting them with skills development, particularly within this space. And one of the things we believe in is also co-creation, Chairperson and honorable members, because we believe that government and the CSIR could work very closely in building these skills with co-creation. You know, our colleagues may have experience in the technical issues, but for example, the police will understand the operational matters even more better. So we work together with that co-creation. The issues of investigative support in various matters, you know, we support the police, you know, with regards to investigative support, and we also support them in various other areas like in courts and the likes. Data analytical support, there's also that. We have developed some tools as well for them with regards to the reporting of crimes by the different third parties, for example, the internet service providers. So that tool has been completed, built by the CSIR for the SAPO. So these are just some of the things that are happening. So this is a capability that started, I think, in about 2021, and it's one of the good stories because it's operational, and the whole country is being supported within this particular capability here at the CSIR. If you go to the next slide, it deals with one of the flagship projects, which I think it started everything, which is the DCDT Cybersecurity Hub. So the CSIR is very instrumental in the establishment of the Cybersecurity Hub, which is hosted by or operationalized by DCDT. And this is meant to be a central coordination point between government, private sector, and civil society within the cyberspace. So they tend to deal less with what maybe a state security agency, the defense, and the police would do. They're focusing more on that interlink between private sector and civil society when it comes to issues of cybersecurity. So this particular infrastructure is already within the environment, it's operational, and it's also one of the first, I think it's the only one in government, by the way, that is has been accredited from the first membership, in addition to our Sandren in the next gen. And this is a global membership in terms of cybersecurity incident response team, where we build tools, we build processes, and work with them even on capacity building across the country. And this is one of the initiatives that we are supporting. If you go to the next slide, Lucas, we also within the Cybersecurity Center have a flagship project. It's actually a CSR wide, but it's just housed within the center, which is the National Policy Data Observatory. And this particular initiative is fully supported and funded by the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, but to support data-driven decision-making in government on various socio-economic activities. Just to give an example, Chairperson and honorable members, this was established during the pandemic when we had lockdowns and the likes, and supporting government in terms of how do we then, when we make decisions using data and also following through to see if those decisions are also having the intended outcome. So there's various initiatives within this one, but the whole idea of the NPDO is actually for it to be government-wide with regards to ensuring that data is collected and accessed, but we could then, provide insights across various socioeconomic activities. For instance, we know we have issues of water challenges, whether it's electricity, whether it's service delivery. How do we bring all of those things together so that people like yourselves could make then data-driven decision-making or even policy formulation? So this capability exists and it's operational as well within the CSIR. We participate and work with various other entities, for example, Statistics South Africa, SARS, as well as DPME and others, net joints, they are also contributing into this, as well as HSRC and various other stakeholders. I think the next one will be the last slide, Chairperson, which just deals with the some of the strategic issues, because we know we have existing capabilities that are sort of mature, but we are also working, towards the future where we are developing sovereign capability, because I think that's very, very critical, particularly when we look into what is happening in the world, and for us to also reduce dependencies on foreign solutions and protect our national digital interest. And I've seen in the morning when they were presenting in SAPO, our role is more on the R&D side and to support and to ensure that we have the capability and understanding when some of these capabilities are deployed at the nationwide, One of the key ones is the homegrown security and communication technologies, where we are involved in developing, for example, technology such as now having our own, WhatsApp kind of like solutions, our own team solutions, using various dynamics. We understand that it may take some time, hence we use the base of open source to start building that. The research and development PKI infrastructure, we know that when we are dealing with the issues of digital identity, public key infrastructure becomes very, very critical, when we want to protect our websites and all these other aspects. PKI infrastructure is becoming very important. So we are looking at it from a research point of view so that we could support where needed, for example, Home Affairs, SAPO, GPW, and various others. And within the Mzansi Exchange program, we are participating there. And that's why we are building some of these capabilities, including digital identity, which is obviously one of the things that our national government is going in, particularly in securing the national digital identity for citizens and institutions, preventing the issues of fraud. We are really putting an effort in there. They require a lot of investment, but we do with what we have, to start building these capabilities. The issues of quantum safe cryptography. We know that quantum computing is coming at a very fast pace, and it's going to be a threat to national security. So we need to build capabilities that can deal with those issues, as well as issues of AI, driven intelligence, and various others, issues of blockchain, zero trust, as well as protecting the critical information infrastructure, as well as dealing with the issues of supply chain risks that are there. And I think that's where I will stop, Chairperson and honorable members. But this is the capability that exists within the CSIR, and it's cross-cutting. We tend to support the areas across, whether it's in the manufacturing, it's in the mining, it's in the defense. This capability is cutting across. Hence, in government, we also work across and we support all the other entities. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Lucas, over to you for the next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Mtweni. Chairperson, through you, I will now hand over to Dr. Sunveer Metadin from CSIR to go through the robotics and beyond space ambitions presentation.
Thank you, Doc. Greetings, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable guests, and colleagues on the line. What I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today is how we use 4IR technologies to optimize. Sorry, I just need to drop my screen here. To optimize and improve manufacturing, production, and operations. I'll also chat to you a little bit about the bespoke robotics platforms that we have, and a digital skills development platform that we aim to use to ready South Africans to accept, use, and build the next generation of 4IR technologies. So what I'm going to talk to you about is just a demonstration of our capabilities, and by no means a measure of it. And very upfront, a small disclosure, I get very excited when I talk about our tech. So if I start talking too fast, please somebody stop me and tell me slow down a little bit. Okay, in terms of future production, what we do when we deploy 4IR technologies is we go into plants and operational environments, and we look at the as is, and then we look at what 4IR technologies we can deploy to optimize the operation. So the very first step for that is gathering data. And for that, we use IoT devices, we instrument machines, or we pull data from machines that allow us to do so. If it's a strong human workforce, we build digital interfaces where inputs can be added, and we pull all this digital information into a digital twin, which we will build using the floor layout, the processes that's employed by the institution or the organization, the people, the inputs, and the planned outputs. So we put all this information into a cool digital twin, and we use that digital twin to optimize the operations while operations are happening on the floor. So this is happening in parallel. Once we have an optimal operational layout and process flow, we deploy it. We help the organization to deploy it, and then we measure how effective it is. And the really cool part about all of this is once we measure and we find it's effective, all the technologies that we deployed at that point in time remains on the floor to give the plant visual input into exactly what's going on at that point in time. And above all of this, we run an AI model that will help detect anomalies and any possible failures. So on a very high level, that's what we do when we enter a plant and we look at how we can optimize it using smart OIR technologies. That speaks to our future production or smart production side of things. Next slide, please, sir. Great. In terms of how we are building our capabilities and helping the rest of South Africa build capabilities in terms of AI and robotics, this is a program supported by the DSTI. It's the Voyager robot, namesake from the Voyager robot that's presently out in space, almost one light day away from us. There are 3 of these platforms at other universities. We just shipped out our 4th one yesterday from our lab. And what we do here is we use a standard robotic platform with the sensor payload and the research group with all these different institutions, including the CSIR, to build indigenous AI and robotics knowledge, capabilities, and algorithms. So this platform allows us to not only learn, but deploy software stacks that we develop on this into real-world applications. So we have a lot of autonomous ground-based vehicles that we build at the CSIR, and a lot of the software stacks that we have deployed on that came from this very same platform. Next slide, please, sir. The Learning Factory is the skill development platform that I mentioned earlier. It's a truly powerful platform, and we hope to deploy these in partnerships with TVETs, SEZs, or other organizations. Here, the primary focus was to help upskill, and reskill the existing workforce. What we found was building the most incredible tech doesn't really help the guy on the floor, the end user, because they are not accepting of this technology. They often mistrust it because of various different biases, but they also feel uncomfortable using it because they don't feel comfortable or competent using the tech. So the Learning Factory is there to house the 4IR technologies that you will now be interfacing with or using in your specific sector. So the Learning Factory is not a one-size-fits-all. You'll have a Learning Factory that focuses on automotive, for example, that will have 4IR tech that you use in the automotive space. And that will differ from tech that you have in the agricultural space or the defense space. So we built the Learning Factory with all these different cool 4IR technologies, and we take learners through an experience where they start using the technology, they become comfortable with it, they know how to interact with it. So now when they go back onto the workshop floor, it's not a tech that they are not willing to use. So there is a return on investment in deploying the new technology. But interestingly, what we found with the Learning Factory, the one that we have deployed here at the CSIR, is it's also a mechanism to help youngsters, the guys that are still in school who are still choosing subjects, to entice them to take STEM subjects. When kids come in here, they play around with the tech. They have now knowledge of what's out there, what the latest is in the 4IR space. And they leave asking questions like, what do I need to study to become a roboticist or to do machine vision? So this builds a pipeline for the learning institutions and for South Africa in terms of growing our capabilities in STEM through the educating the youth. This has a further benefit when it comes to C-suite execs that visit us. They now see the technologies that are available out there, and they start thinking about how they can deploy this tech in their place of work to optimize their production. The very same platform can be used in a community by entrepreneurs to do rapid prototyping. We even use it here at the CSIR for PhD level research. So it's an extremely agile platform that will add benefit to any community that it's deployed in. Next slide, please, sir. Okay, cool, my favorite, space robotics. So what we have recently embarked upon is a project where we want to build robots that are going to be operated in space. And this is a vision that we had at the CSIR, and thankfully it's been supported and funded by the DSTI. What you see in front of you is a reconfigurable robotic system. A standard robotic arm can only do a certain amount of things depending on the number of degrees of freedom it has. And when you send a robot up to space that now needs to do something different, you can't use that robot, nor can you send 10 different robots to do 10 different tasks. So what we have embarked upon is a cool project where we are building reconfigurable robotic systems that we can send up to space to do multiple tasks. But it doesn't only have applications for space, it has applications in any environment that is resource constrained. For example, this can also be deployed by SMMEs so that it reduces the amount of investment they may need for robotic infrastructure. But this robotic platform we see as the first step into us as South Africa venturing into space robotics. As South Africa, we have a presence in terms of space observation when it comes to satellites, but not in terms of exploration or manipulation of space objects. And this is where I think we as South Africa and Africa shouldn't miss the boat. We have all the capabilities and abilities to put robots, rovers, and other platforms on other terrestrial bodies. And if we start now building the indigenous technology, the indigenous know-how and capabilities, we will place ourselves in a good position to start competing in the space ecosystem when the commercialization starts being more easily or more readily recognized. Next slide, please. Robotic exoskeleton speaks to wearable robotics. So we build robots that are autonomous. We build robots for various different sectors like the defense, agriculture, manufacturing. But we are now also venturing into wearable robotics, and that's what an exoskeleton is. It allows you to wear a robot to physically augment the human. So he can work for longer, he can work safer, he can walk further. And this is around our strategy of human-centered automation. We will use exoskeletons to physically augment a human being, and we will use augmented reality to to intellectually augment a human being, where they are physically tethered to a database and can call upon any information that they may need at any one point in time. Next slide, please, sir. What we would like to build next is a solar furnace to melt metals. And this entire project was born when we visited the Northern Cape last year. We found that the foundry industry was in decline for various reasons. The high cost of electricity, the unreliable supply of electricity was chief amongst those. But in the future, CBAM is also going to play a role in terms of limiting the products that we can ship overseas into the UK purely and the EU because of our high carbon footprint. So we decided on the concept of a solar furnace where we use directed light to heat metals. And the CSIR is perfectly placed to embark on a project like this purely because we have world-leading experts in the photonic space who deals with the direction and the use of light, robotic space. We have industrial sensors, an area that builds world-class industrial sensors, things that aren't going to find on the shelf, and our advanced materials engineering research area as well, which is placed front and center in terms of the foundry industry. We would like to build a pilot solar furnace in the Northern Cape to prove the concept and then deploy this further around the country where environmental conditions allow. The Northern Cape at this point is ideally suited for.
Dr. Mutodi, are you still there?
Colleagues, I think he had some issues with the network. He had asked, I don't know if Dr. Malenga is still here. Maybe he can do it or I can go through it.
Okay, let me conclude. Chair, thank you very much, and honorable members. As presented today, the CSR has been working in the space and contributing to our digital capabilities in the country. In the presentation that we gave, we spoke about digital platforms that we have created as the CSR and are working on that relate to e-government to provide services in health, working with municipalities, in mobility, and many other such places. And so that's what we covered today. We also covered the work that we do in cybersecurity, strengthening our cyber infrastructure and information and making sure that it's secure. We also covered work related to robotics, and its application in terms of strengthening our industry and revitalizing it, particularly our manufacturing. And we covered as well areas of digital learning and skills development using various tools and applications, whether it's the large language models that we have developed as a CSIR. And then we also covered the work that is supported very, very strongly, and we're very grateful to the DSTI in the support over many years in this program of developing foundational digital capabilities for the country and indeed the continent as well, as we work with the regional partners in some of these applications and tools. And then we also discussed and presented the national cyber infrastructure and network connectivity that is there that gives the country sovereign capability. And we believe that we can do more, honorable members and chair, and what is required is more resources for us to push on. And we're very, very grateful to the DSTI and the colleagues who are here with us from the DSTI who are supporting us today. With that, we'd like to say thank you for the opportunity that we've been given to present today what we are doing as the CSR and the contribution that we're making in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, doctors. We really do appreciate the presentations. Honorable Sangoni has already indicated that because of her network challenges, she has had to drop off. But perhaps before we get into the conversation with the CSIR, can I just ask, as a matter of housekeeping, the understanding was that as part of the agenda, we were going to also have ICASA making a presentation, but due to time constraints, the request has been made for ICASA's presentation to be moved. Ms. Hajira, can we please get clarity on that so that we can at least excuse ICASA before we get into the conversation with CSIR?
Afternoon, Ms. Bolani. Ms. Bolani, you are correct. While we were busy with the meeting, I've already sent the application. I'm just waiting on the House Chief to get back to us, and then we'll meet on Tuesday next week, 31st, virtually. Thank you.
Perhaps, thank you so much, Ms. Hajira. Perhaps on behalf of the chairperson, really convey our deepest apologies to ICASA for this. We do know that you always stand ready to come to the portfolio committee and empower us in whatever way possible. So we do apologize for the inconvenience and really do look forward to engaging with you on Tuesday. Thank you so much, ICASA. Thank you, Ms. Hajira. Colleagues, we have received the presentation from the CSIR, which was really informative. And I must really comment that the passion with which the presentation has been made really was felt from this end. I just got so excited when Dr. Sanvia jumped at the slide when it was robotics, really showing the passion. Colleagues, I hope you are still with us and are able to engage with the presentation. By a show of hands, can I please welcome any engagement with the CSIR on the presentations that have been made? I see Honorable Matafa's hand is up. Is there any other member that we should note as we take conversations forward with the CSIR? Please go ahead, Honorable Matafa.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Honorable members, once again, Chair, if you allow me to remain with my video off for my environment and to save some bandwidth, I'll appreciate it. Can I proceed?
Yes, Honorable Member, carry on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Chair, let me thank the CSIR for a brilliant presentation and all the efforts that they are doing, all the innovations that they are bringing to the fore are very much welcome. I just have a few points that I just need to get clarity on. And the first one is the one that we normally lament the most in government: poor communication of what happens or what government does. I think there is a lot that CSIR is doing, but there's again a lot that South Africans do not know, including government itself, of how they can leverage off from CSIR. And my question will be simple. Does CSIR have a communications unit that is aimed at sharing with South Africans, possible stakeholders, potential clients on the work that the CSIR is doing? And I think that it's a valid question, Chair. When I look at various portfolio committees wherein I serve, I mean, there's an issue of cybersecurity hub, and we'll know how many departments have been hacked. And when we check what would have happened when they had ransomware attacks, they did not have adequate cybersecurity instruments in place or measures in place. And then you wonder, when an entity of government has a capability of sitting remotely and partnering with anyone with interest just to ensure that their IT security is protected, why would that still be happening in government? So that would be the first part. And I think coupled to that, it speaks to the collaboration between the CSIR and government. I see and hear the presentation in terms of what they've been doing in defense and in various areas. I know also I saw something on TV about the role they played in protecting rhino poaching, the partnership they have with the forestry or national parks. Yeah, national parks. So there were drones that through the CSIR were produced and tested, and that is welcome. But my question is, what is the interaction between the CSIR and all government departments where they believe they can add value to? And ensuring that the research that they are doing is not lost or gathers dust in the shelves of the CSIR. Having spoken about the partnership between government and the CSIR, is to also ask, what protections does the CSIR have on the IP generated? I wouldn't want to speak about the lithium battery saga. I'm sure the CSIR know what I'm talking about. And I do not know the legalities or the merits of this story, but my understanding is that its conception started in Pretoria, in the CSIR. But South Africa doesn't earn a single dime from this revolutionary technology that has taken the world leaps and bounds ahead into the future. So my question is, how do we protect the IP generated in the CSIR so that in the event where stakeholders from outside are given space to participate using the infrastructure of the CSIR and there is no tangible outcome, that IP generated is not lost from the CSIR, and eventually the role that the CSIR would have played, the investment that they would have injected would be in vain. Chair, since we are in communications and digital technology, we always grapple with how then do we resolve the connectivity issue around far-flung areas, rural areas, marginalized communities in the. So my question, what would the CSIR, if we were to ask for a partnership, what themes or what areas of research will they recommend to us? I mean, even if it's 5, if they can name up to 5, if something that comes to mind now, if not now, maybe in future, will request guidance from themselves to say, what themes or areas of research should we look at in trying to resolve this issue of lack of connectivity in far-flung areas, in rural areas, in marginalized communities? The third one, Chair, is on the relationship that we have, or the CSIR has, with other innovative institutions, particularly in Africa, maybe looking at universities as an example. And I'm asking this, Chair, based on what I would have experienced on a study tour to the Republic of Korea. Korea doesn't have land, it doesn't have any space, but every house in South Africa is a product that comes from Korea. And they say their success is simply because their R&D unit in government led the innovative revolution, the innovation revolution, and it partnered with universities. Now, given the geopolitics that we find ourselves in, is there an appreciation of that and also an initiative to ensure that we link up with universities in Africa and maybe FETs just to ensure that we can expand our scope of innovation? And the last two ones, Chair, is on the budget to the CSIR. How are they funding their programs? Is it solely on government? Are there grants? Is it sufficient? Are there constraints? And if they are, what would they say the committee must do for them trying to advocate for their fiscal support? The last one, Chair, speaks to what South Africa is grappling with as a country. And this will be unemployment for the youth, unemployment for women, unemployment for people with disabilities. And lastly, and importantly, the economic growth that is stagnant. What measures are there in place to record the number of IPs generated for these categories? And how then are we ensuring that we commercialize these particular IPs so that they can also assist the government in dealing with issues of unemployment as well as stimulating the economy? I spoke about the Republic of Korea, Chair. The economy of the Republic of Korea is based on exports. I mean, we drive Hyundais like nobody's business. We use Samsung like nobody's business. From TV to washing machines, Samsung plays a role there. And that is a product of R&D. So my question is, how can the CSIR assist the government deal with the issue of unemployment, joblessness for these particular sectors in particular, and stimulation of the economy? Thank you very much, Chair. That is my bite, and I apologize if I've been too long-winded. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Chauke Adonis, please carry on.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Acting Chairperson, and through you, may I humbly request that I keep my camera off?
Yes, ma'am, carry on.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off by appreciating the presentation. It was a very high-level presentation and very informative in terms of the work that is done by the CSIR and some of the interventions that they are proposing and they are also seeking to implement as well. Now, I think Honorable Matava, to a certain extent, has covered me quite greatly, especially when it comes to interdepartmental research and development in terms of the role in which the CSIR would then play. One would want to know that in terms of the CSIR, to what extent have they then conducted research when it comes to artificial intelligence and how it can be implemented and utilized as a critical instrument within government, but also in terms of the risk analysis, if they have conducted any research around it. Have they also, when it comes to AI, looked at some of the negative implications on society, consumers, and citizens ultimately? And I think that's quite important because we have been having a discussion around AI, and one would want to know the view and the research that has been conducted by CSIR, knowing that they do get, a cohort of innovators, also local and international, for them to conduct those research and make their recommendations. Now, Chair, in terms of the collaboration, if I'm correct, there's a collaboration with the Department of Health or research that is conducted within the health sector. What does that research ultimately look like, and how can we utilize digitalized systems to better improve the quality of service within the health industry? And I think that's quite critical because one of the things, Chair, when I was speaking to my grandmother, obviously she's over 80, 85. She says to me, they tell me at the hospital that there's this technology thing and it's making us queue for long. I want to know, in terms of the research that has been conducted, have they done a human-based, human-centric design-based research to understand whether the interventions that are being made on the digital systems implemented by, Department of Health, for example, in the health sector, is actually efficient or effective? And how can they better then ensure that the consumers or the clients, customers, are able to utilize those particular services? Chair, another one would be on the language element. I know myself, going way back in terms of being an innovator and, someone who is very invested within the digital space and finding innovation for persons with disabilities. I would like to find out, in terms of the language element, how are we as South Africa, in terms of having AI tools that we can utilize and being migrated into various instruments of government services, where we're able to have all the official languages translated, meaning a consumer is able to have the option of choosing their preferred language. How far are we with that? And I think it's quite important because we are having several, language barriers where we're not able to really get into the space of providing solution at a rapid pace. But we've seen, obviously, such sectors such as the banking industry, where there has been development and improvement. Are there any lessons that have been learned that the CSIR can say these have been some of the best practices in terms of ensuring that there is a language accommodation that is integrated within the digital services across all government departments and institutions and services? Chair, I think Honorable Matafa also spoke about the scales of economy or economic opportunities, which is very important. The research that has been conducted around that, what are some of the interventions that the CSIR then are putting forward in order for us to address economic disparities that are faced by women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and being able to really track that down with real-time data? Have they been able to create a platform that is digitalized that can give real-time access in terms of the data that is collected for us to have an evaluation in terms of the opportunities that are being distributed, and how many persons with disabilities, youth, and persons with youth and women are gaining access to these opportunities, interlinking, maybe like, for example, creating a centralized data center that would be able to pull this. Chair, in terms of the CSIR, I also have an interest in terms of have they conducted any work with CETA? And this would speak to, your data sovereignty. What research have they conducted around that data storage? They did speak about, firewalls and data storage that they have. Are they using internal South African-based data storage platforms? Are there any innovators, creators, or companies that are local that have approached the CSIR to further their, research and development of, data centers, etc.? And I would have a very particular interest. My last one would be in terms of the work that has been done. I think it's quite really a great in terms of what has been done by the CSIR and their collaboration. Are they able to further expand on the interdepartmental civil society, private sector engagements that they have, and collaborations and partnerships in terms of stakeholders? What does that look like, and what are the intended outcomes? Perhaps they might not be able to give us a full database and a full report, but if they can just give us just a browse overview, mentioning just a few in terms of collaboration, and then also including, perhaps if you can give us segregated in terms of the international and global platforms or institutions that they are also working with when they are conducting their research and making their recommendations for implementation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Leboha, Honorable Chauke Adonis. To the CSIR, perhaps I should also just deposit my comments and views, and you will guide us in terms of how you want to answer the questions. I know it was a cutting across all the slides, and we had about 4 presenters from yourselves. Honorable Delisha, please go ahead. Let me allow you to go in, and I'll come in with the last comments.
I was hoping you say that, Chair. Thank you very much. Chair, I just 2 questions for me. So the report talks about, building of robotics, regarding the Voyager robot and the space robotics, So I just wanted to find out if these machines will be built here in South Africa, or will just be assembling, something that is foreign. I just wanted to maybe have an understanding of that. And Chair, most importantly for me, so they tell us that, and even the report, talks to this, that they connected 70,000 people to the internet, but we have millions of people that are still offline. So I just wanted to know if maybe they can share a plan to move from connecting the thousands that they have to connecting the millions of people, because I think that we cannot leave people behind. The issue of connectivity has become very important, and we can't leave behind people in townships and in rural areas while we prioritize people in the cities, Chairperson. I just wanted to deposit that. Thank you very much.
Leboha, with those inputs, really noted.
Person?
Yes.
Apologies, I just have one more add-on before
Yes,
you come in. Thank you very much. Just on what has just been said, I just want to find out, in terms of the platforms that are dataless, has there been any research that has been done as well in terms of data-free platforms, and have they been able to implement that as well? In terms of the negotiation, also with the MNOs, what does that look like in terms of connectivity, and how many rural communities have been connected currently? And I think we spoke about over 70,000, but we want to know, are they connected in rural communities, and are they working? Because we do know some networks do not work within those communities. Thank you very much.
Your last question is noted, and hopefully the CSIR has also captured that. From my end, I think the biggest question is, with the innovations and the solutions that have been presented here that really are cross-cutting, that are not just limited to the work that we interface with at the DCDT, what obliges government departments to take up your services? Is there a piece of legislation that says DCDT is obliged to work with the CSIR? Is there a service level agreement? Because then that will help us understand that if we are sitting with solutions at the CSIR, and at this point, for me, it's really a solution on everything and all and sundry. Why are we still having questions as raised by honorable members to say there's still issues with rural connectivity? There's still issues with our children not being able to learn robotics as a standard curriculum, as it were. So what really governs that? Is it an issue of the uptake by the various departments? And I think at one stage I had the issue of cost being pondered to say it becomes a bit expensive for departments to take up the services of CSIR. If you could just maybe clarify the misconceptions that I personally might have. And how are we doing as South Africa in implementing the transformative technologies that you have reported on? One of the documents that you have highlighted as a benchmarking tool for you was the National Development Plan 2030. We are 4 years away from the NDP 2030. How are we doing? Especially then tying it to the issue of the uptake. Are we closer to really, taking up these opportunities to make sure that things do work? And perhaps specifically what you are proposing in relation to the work that DCDT does. How is your relationship with the DCDT managed? And perhaps the DCDT could also speak to us to say, do you have dedicated personnel that interfaces with CSIR so that it's not on an ad hoc basis? Because from what we've been presented with here today, this really should be an ongoing process where the communication and the relationship is really nurtured. We talk about future-ready digital South Africa, and there's also an issue of robotics and expanding on those sort of trainings. What relationship do you have with institutions like NEMISA, for example, which is in our department? What relationships does the CSIR have, for example, with the Department of Basic Education? I've just received my nephew's grade 4 report, which says he's already doing robotics. Are we succeeding as a country with those sort of things, where these things really become entry-level subjects for our children to be able to compete with the globe? And you speak about the VSOC, with having heard that departments do not necessarily budget enough, and some departments will not even have in their line items budgeting for technology, innovation, and security, cybersecurity. What is the uptake? Is it affordable? Perhaps this still goes back to my initial question to say, what is the biggest hurdle to us if we are having the solutions? Over the past few months, with the engagements that we've had with various stakeholders on the issue of building and developing data centers in South Africa, the issue of water security and electricity security has been raised as a challenge that could see us not really taking up that space. What innovations are there? Did I understand you correctly to say you offer those sort of services so that at least you then store the data of the various departments? But in terms of the challenge that is presented to say we have water scarcity, we do not have reliable electricity, what solutions do you offer in terms of data centers? And again, you talk about data sovereignty and being able to produce interoperable services within the country. Are we succeeding in that? And this goes back to the question that Honorable Matafa was asking. Do you think you are doing well to communicate your services? And with the solutions that you have presented, what more needs to be done to improve the uptake of the solutions so that we can really go further as a country? Dr. Lucas Gumbi, I see your mic is on. Can I assume that you are going to lead the responses that are coming from CSIR? Please carry on.
Let me do that, Dr. Kumbi.
Go ahead, Dr. Malik. I was going to pass it to you. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think there are a number of questions that have been asked, and I'll request my colleagues to prepare themselves to address some of those, some of the ones that came from Honorable Chauke Adonis related, for instance, to AI. Dr. Kumbi, if you can address that, as well as the health research, the language tools and translations. And then Dr. Mtsweni, if you can address the issue of real-time data opportunities and how that can be used for women, youth opportunities. And Dr. Stolle, if you can address a question related to our work with SITA and data storage. And then let me ask Dr. Matarin to address from Honorable Gulishe the question on robotics. And then Dr. Matadin also on relationships with regarding robotics, basic education and higher education and curriculum. And then Dr. Mtsweni on VSOC issues. And let me address the others as well. Let me start, Chair and honorable members. I'll start with Honorable Matafa. You asked about
how do we communicate? We do communicate our services through various platforms, the media, social media platforms as well. We annually have a media roundtable where we get journalists to come and we share with them what we do and the opportunities that are there, so that the impact that we create and is widely known. We also engage in various forums, whether it's conferences, and we take the various initiatives, whether it's Science Week, Youth Month, to engage and popularize and inform communities of the work that we do quite extensively. Obviously, you cannot over-communicate, and there is always an opportunity and a need for us to expand our communication efforts. And then let me talk about, then you ask about collaboration between ourselves and government. Yes, that's something that we do. And with some government departments, we work well. For instance, the partnership that we have with the Defense Department is more strategic, is not transactional. But with other government departments, there is that challenge. Not all of them, where we are not understood to be a strategic partner and platform for increasing the capability and capacity of the state. And we are required to essentially tender and transact. And there's no legislative provision that allows us to say we can partner with you to do this. And that creates a problem, especially because some of the solutions and things that need to be addressed are things that are not straightforward. There is a need for research development, and this takes time and takes investment to actually see this through. And it's something that we need to partner with the departments over the long haul and be strategic in how we want to develop this. You can see this in terms of water solutions that need to be developed, in energy, in housing, and many other areas in which the CSR operates. And then in terms of protecting our IP, we do protect our IP. And you also touch about the batteries as an example. And the key thing here is having the stomach to invest as a state on these technologies. And so whether it's batteries, whether it's issues of IT technology, you need to invest in the long run. And we tend, as a state and as a government, not to do that. And there are a number of examples where this has happened. The PBMR example, where we didn't push through as a government, as a state, to say, we'll invest this, we'll be in it in the long haul until we see it to the end. And we lose that. And then at the later stage, we say, no, we should get this back. And that's happening in the PUB modular reactors that we're now buying from outside. So there is a need for a long-term commitment to R&D so that we see these things through, those that we think are strategic for the country. But at the moment, we do. The DSTI is investing quite heavily in protecting the IP through NIPMO and through other vehicles that are there. And the DSTI, we've just established what we call C-Cubed, which is a commercial vehicle of the CSIR, and the DSTI has invested about 100 million for that. But that needs more resources. On connectivity issues, I will ask Dr. Kumbi and Dr. Kobo to talk to that if they're there. And then relationship with R&D institution, we do that. We have partnerships with universities in our country, with other SOEs, whether it's the Water Research Commission, the South African Weather Services. We work together with those, and partnership is very, very important. With regards to the CSR budget, yes, we're funded through the DSTI. We get about 700 to 800 in terms of parliamentary allocation. And then the ratio between what we get as state funded and what we raise through contract research and development is 80 to 20. And so we get about 20% through the parliamentary process. and the 80% we have to raise. And that's the biggest challenge in that it doesn't make us very sustainable. And it's a challenge to ensure that we are financially viable and sustainable. And the need to relook at that, how can the CSR be funded to be sustainable, is something that we've presented quite extensively every time we present to Parliament, that it is a challenge that needs to be looked at. On the unemployment of the youth, economic growth, most of the activities that I spoke about C-cubed, we intend to commercialize the vehicles, and we support SMMEs and our work with people with disabilities, the youth and women, is very, very extensive, and we're deliberate in our efforts with regards to that. And then let me, the other matters that were raised were allocated to my colleagues to address those. I can talk to solutions of pressing national needs. Chair, you talked about water, and water, yes, there are challenges at the moment, and there are a number of initiatives that we are involved in terms of sensors, monitoring the levels at our dams, our reservoirs, together working with the Gauteng province as an example are some of the solutions that are there. And even in those kind of environments, you find that you put forward a proposal, but given the fiscal constraint, one cannot draw the technology instantly, but then the solutions are there that can be implemented. We work quite extensively with regards to our solutions, IT solutions that allow you to work
Dr. Malinga, we are losing you. I don't know if it's your connectivity.
Okay.
Colleagues, is this just me or are we losing Dr. Malinga?
We can't hear Chairperson.
Yes, let's see if we can. That will sustain. No, the quality is really bad. Is there an alternative to your connection?
Dr. Kumbi, please take over and respond to the questions that I've allocated to you. Can you hear me, colleagues?
Yes, I don't know. Somehow it seems like now it's better now that you're doing a handover.
Okay. Yes. Can Dr. Kumbi take over and then address the questions that I've allocated to him? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga. Yes, there are quite a number of questions. I'll try to address some of those that I remember, and if those that I don't remember, if I can be reminded of through you, Chairperson. Let me start with the one that was mentioned on the language element on the AI tools. I also have colleagues online who will chip in from time to time to address some of the other questions that may need to be addressed. So language elements on AI tools, tools that have all the official languages included in the system. So in other words, are we considering, especially looking at AI languages and incorporating them into systems to ensure that those are included as part of addressing especially other issues? I think this is a very, very important question. And I'll make an example. Currently in the digital transformation roadmap for government, the intention is to build a system of systems, a big system, that will allow citizens to interact with government, and government have a single view of the citizen, and the citizen have a single view of this of government have a single view of the individual, and the individual have a single view of government and government services. and so forth. A key component of this is that those in the margin, in rural areas, for instance, you will need to address the issue of them interacting with the system, and probably in a manner that is efficient and that allows them to be able to understand and interact with the system in an efficient manner. And one of the issues is the issue of languages. And in other countries, there are many countries that have built systems that actually have started incorporating the native languages in the system, because there's a realization that this is critical and it's important, and it allows those who would never be able to interact with the system, for instance, largely because of other languages such as English and so forth, they can be able to interact with the system using their own languages. So this is something that we are looking at. It's not something that is very, very matured, but we are working on it, and we've been working on it. Our researchers and the research and development team is working on something that is similar, but also is interacting with the community and the broader stakeholder community in this space to see how can we collaborate together and be able to do this. We agree with this, and this is very important. I'll make another example. If you actually look at context-aware language, natural language processing, and you combine capabilities such as generative AI, large language models, and agentic AI, and techniques such as retrieval augmented generation, which is called RAG. For example, you can actually create an AI-driven social grant system, which could be able to ground all decisions in policy. In other words, you allow the system to quickly link to policy, and to also quickly link to the citizen data. Look at the LLMs to reason and explain in native language, and then you are able to autonomously verify, decide, and execute service delivery in a faster and efficient manner. So this system, for instance, the social grant system, could even respond in a much more faster, more effective. So these are the things that can be incorporated, and we are being supported by DSTI in this particular space in order to fund research through the foundational digital capabilities to develop capabilities that are similar and around the space. And I know that there are colleagues here, and I see Langley has requested to also add, if we can allow him to add in terms of the response to this question.
Yes, Dr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, please go ahead.
Sorry, can I go ahead? Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Langley.
Okay, firstly, just to say that the whole language development work is largely being led by Professor Vukosi Marivate at the University of Pretoria, who is also on the United Nations panel, largely looking at work in terms of how do you develop small language models. So these big LLMs, which have the resources of the big platform owners, effectively train their systems on massive amounts of data which they pull from the internet and from the way they actually create systems whereby people's data effectively get stolen. So in effect, Professor Marivate is looking at how these systems could actually be developed, and is quite far ahead and has relationships with particularly East Africa, but other parts of Africa as well, in relation to how these systems can actually be developed, and in fact creating South Africans, and he's doing this for all the official languages of South Africa. and effectively that will become something that will flow through. This is also part of the Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, which the DSTI formally established in 2015. So it's been running for 10 years already. And it consists of 9 universities around the country as part of the process and funded through the platform. The other aspect I just want to address quickly is the question that was posed on risks of AI and things like that, just quickly to say that the Foundation of Digital Capabilities Research Platform in fact consists of 2 components: the natural sciences, which is led by the CSIR, and then there is the human sciences, which is led by the Southern Center for Inequality Studies, based at the University of Witwatersrand, within the Faculty of Economics, Management and Law. And that covers issues of digital platforms and markets, the super exploitation of the gig economy, e-commerce and market behavior. There's digital labor and employment, how automation in the future of work changes, the nature of workplace surveillance, digital literacy systems. Then there's social media and digital communication. So what is the issue of digital polarization and misinformation, how digital activism works. We all know about the Arab Spring, issues of disconnectedness and mental health, privacy and ethics, the control of personal information, the governance and regulatory frameworks. These are all research areas. Digital inequality around issues of intersectionality in technology, how in fact digital sovereignty and global governance works, and the new forms of social stratification coming about in forms of digital feudalism. Then, and the last area being socio-technical systems and human technology interaction, how user experiences and massive technology impact on society, and how self-preservation and anonymity works in terms of digital reputational issues. So that's all being done as another human science component of this huge platform. So it's actually and the two actually interact between the CSIR and the Center for Inequality Studies. So it's a comprehensive program which has a 10-year plan for implementation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me then, for that, Mr. Simpson, and thank you for you supporting us as part of the DSTI. Can I ask Dr. Mtsweni to address some of the issues that I've allocated to him, and then followed by Dr. Matadin, and then the last one will be Dr. Sitole on the SITA matter. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga, Chairperson and honorable members. I think I will deal with them very briefly, Chairperson. There was a question that Honorable Matafa asked, particularly on the communication, but I wanted to just respond to it from the cyber angle, because he did indicate that sometimes in government entities there are ransomwares and incidences. And we have, in many cases, Honorable Matafa, and being involved in a lot of incident response across government. So our cybersecurity capability, I must say, it is well communicated across the country. Of course, not everybody may know about it. And one of the things we have done, we had commissioned a national cybersecurity survey, which was done in last year or so, and that we have communicated, for example, through the media. We've got partnerships through our comms with SAPC. There are various other programs we participate in, like the SAPC FIRE programs. So there's quite a lot of work, and because of this, we participate very closely, even through SALGA, in their digital forum and across the municipalities and across government, including provincial government. So within that capability, there is really some push. Obviously, as Dr. Malinga indicated, communication, will never be enough. We'll need to continue to push and ensure that our work is communicated, but also communicated in a manner that the man on the street can easily understand and find relevance of our work in their day-to-day lives. And I think within the cybersecurity space, we were trying to do that. One of the issue you have mentioned, for example, was the issue of collaboration with other entities. And we have worked very closely, for example, with TIA, our technology innovation agency, which is one of the other DSTI entities, particularly when it comes to commercialization or funding some of our technologies to be commercialized. We have, for example, a technology that we have patented, which is called Veristic Print. In other words, it's touchless, fingerprint recognition and identification. And we have licensed that technology to our local SMMEs so that they could take it further, to create employment and ensure that some of these technologies, they make a difference. And then there was also another point, particularly on these initiatives. One of the core things we do as well, Honorable Matafa, is the issue of how do we also do massive, human capital development initiatives, and we do that across the various spectrum. But in cybersecurity, we've done quite a lot of them. And through those programs, we have seen, some progress in terms of bringing up young and upcoming youngsters who are coming from all over the country so that they can be capacitated to participate in this particular field in cybersecurity and obviously in the digital economy. And we continue to do that. And even within the other area, the issues of digital skills and AI skills, we continuously massify those to ensure that our youngsters are capacitated, to participate in this digital economy. The issue of, maybe I will come back to the issue of youth and women, but I wanted to answer the issue that Honorable Chair was asking for Dani in the VSOC, which is the VSOC, which we call the Virtual Security Operations Center. So this particular infrastructure, Chairperson, is, as I've said, deployed across other, because it's here at the CSIR, but is used by different entities. Now, one of the things I just wanted to mention here is that generally, our mandate is to support and, as Dr. Mutodi read earlier, is about technology innovation and also creating some of these technologies in partnership with other state and private sectors. We work very closely in other environments with CETA as well, but sometimes there's also that gap, maybe even in the legislation, in terms of our role and the role of CETA and the role of other entities when some of these services such as VSOCs need to be deployed. And there are some engagements we're having, for example, on the sidelines with CETA and the other colleagues, but I'm sure this would need to be taken and addressed, further so that the uptake of some of these technologies could be more consolidated rather than siloed, because currently I think some of the work that we do, yes, it may have impact, but its impact and massive reach sometimes is limited because we come in probably as the if I can call it as a backup rather than, as Dr. Malinga mentioned, as a strategic partner in some of these other initiatives. Then the last one, I think there was a question that Honorable Chauke Adonis asked on the issue of data, real-time data. And one thing, of course, we are not working on this ourselves, but within the National Policy Data Observatory, we have a series of data. It's just that this one that was asked, for example, the opportunities that are being distributed, we don't have that data. But one thing I could say, one of the projects that may be linked to it is we are currently working very closely with NetJoints on the issues of gender-based violence. So we have a massive amount of data where we could see where some of these incidents are happening. And we have the capability, Honorable Chauke, in cases where the data is made available to us, we are able to then host it within our own environments, which I think there was a question that was asked, and Dr. Happy will talk about that, where many of these data points, particularly in the NPDO, is hosted within our own infrastructure. So it's not data that is sitting overseas, but we have also the capability of data scientists that are able to work on this data to give these insights, because that capability of the NPDO is purely to provide that, data insights, but also data driven decision making. I think there was also a question that was asked about the relationship between us and NAMISA and DBE. I'm going to talk from a security perspective. You know, we have worked with NAMISA in various initiatives as well, particularly when it comes to cybersecurity awareness across the country via the department DCDT. DBE, we have also started working with them, although not just on robotics, but supporting them, particularly with regards to the VSOC as well. I think the other questions the colleagues could answer, but I think I've covered everything, Dr. Malinga. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Dr. Mtsweni, Dr. Mateti.
Thank you, Dr. Malinga. To address the question regarding our relationship with the Departments of Basic and Higher Education, we work more closely with the Department of Higher Education. We've had a few visits by members from the department, and that's because the level of robotics that we engage with is on a much higher level, closer to high school, or not even high school, sorry, tertiary level robotics. Where we play a role, or where we see ourselves playing a role, is helping higher education institutions be more agile in terms of adopting and teaching the latest technologies. Traditionally, what we found is universities and other higher education institutions is a little bit slow to move with the times in terms of adopting new curriculum when it comes to the latest technologies. Hence, our view of deploying learning factories, which are much more agile in terms of bringing on board new technologies and building curriculums to take people through and get them as competent to use these technologies as possible. So that speaks to, on the same note, we are working with NACITA. We have identified one TVET college in the Eastern Cape where we have begun work on a learning factory, and we hope that this extends to other TVET colleges around the country. Regarding robotics and whether our robots will be built in South Africa, in keeping with the CSIR's mandate, the technology we develop here, our aim is to push it out into industry through SMMEs and other manufacturers to build local technology. So, for example, when we talk about the space robotics project, at the moment, because it's in very early stages, we are building our robotic platforms using existing technologies. But in the process, we found many areas where we can improve on these technologies. And with the view of having indigenous homegrown tech, having platforms that are fully South African, not only from a research and design perspective, but also from a manufacturing perspective. Our aim is to start localizing each of the components that go into these robotic systems and have industry partners here in South Africa manufacturing those. I hope those answers those. I hope my answer satisfied those questions, honorable members. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Dr. Stolle, on our work with SITA and the storage.
No, thank you, Dr. Malinga. I can just indicate that there has been a number of intentions of solidifying the working together with SITA. For an example, the first version of the DCDT cloud and data policy was very prescriptive in there on how the work should happen between SITA and specifically your Center for High Performance Computing in sharing the resources. But this has not yet happened. We do have got some bilateral with SITA where we meet and discuss the areas of collaboration, but nothing has really materialized. What I can just indicate specifically on localizing technology, for an example, chairperson and honorable members, one of the drive to have private cloud that are developed in the country has been driven from the CSIR through the Center for High Performance Computing. And today we do have got these technologies that provides a number of services, and these are purely clouds that are local and are not sitting on foreign countries with our own technologies. That could be scaled, but this discussion has not taken off with CETA to make sure that we can be able to cover this area. So it's an area that is still there that we would like to ensure that we can work together in. I think also in the localization of technology for sovereign AI, these are the other areas that are being discussed, but no implementation at this stage, even though CSIR has got the technologies ready. Some of the government departments, for an example, programs like Mzansi Exchange are already sitting on this platform, but without CETA's support. And also, for an example, Dr. Mtsweni talked about the National Policy Data Observatory. This has been driving this. These are the platforms that also drove the data exchange during COVID-19. These are our own private clouds that are ready to engage government on. And I think other areas of sovereign technologies that are still at high level discussion, and this is in chip manufacturing. This is still being driven at the Department of Science and Technology, and AIDA NEPAT is looking at how Africa can be able to develop their own chips. This is still really at conceptual level. And I would just touch on the other one, Dr. Malinga, in terms of the interaction with DBE and robotics in particular. I would like to indicate that there are initiatives that we are driving at the moment and funded. This is some seed funding that we get from the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation on training the trainers on coding. And we had a first tranche of funding that we managed to train the trainers around all the 9 provinces. And the Department of Science and Technology increased the seed funding for the next 3 years. And with this, we bring in the trainers from the basic education, train them on coding, and we expanded this also to robotics. So that is as far as we are going, but this funding does not come directly from DBE. Another area that we have been working with DBE is on modernization of the SASMs, which is the school management system. And through the NECT, we're working with them on trying to get this so that it is online at the moment. These are offline, where teachers have to deposit data at different centers, but try to get this on the cloud. I hope that covers the questions, Dr. Malinga.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dr. Stole. Chair and honorable members, I think we've covered most of the questions. We may have missed a few. One is on health research, quality and services, and what we are doing about it. And so as part of our digital health work with the Department of Health, there are a number of platforms that we have developed. The health facilities platform, which records the health facilities in our country. And our health facilities are not just clinics and hospitals. We use churches, we use schools and other facilities, and those are now recorded. And we know where those are, where they're located, what resources do they have, and that improves the provision of health. We've also developed the health patient record system. And so what exactly is the benefit of that? And so as patients go to hospitals, their information is recorded, who the patient is, where they live, and so on and so forth, as well as the prescriptions that they've been provided. And that allows easy access. And so the records, when the patient or the citizen goes to another clinic or hospital, they don't have to re-register. The information is already there, and it's known what prescription they've been given. They can't double dip into the medication that they've been given. And we have also now developed what is called the electronic patient records, which records for a particular patient who's now been recorded their medical history, records, and prescriptions and diagnoses. And any doctor anywhere in the country, if they're on this platform, they can access those. And these are the platforms that we are developing as part of the NHI process and development. And we're rolling those out. And we believe that once implemented and rolled out, working together with the National Department of Health will facilitate a better working with the department or in providing health services. And then another question was our relationship with the DCDT. We have a good relationship with the department, and the Deputy Minister Gungubela was at the CSIR about a month or so ago to visit us, and we had a good discussion, and there's a planned follow-up to engage with the department. But we can always strengthen the relationship with regards to that. And I want to then hand over to you, Chair, but I think I maybe request Mr. Simpson just to say a few words, maybe from the DST side, because we get a lot of support from the DSTI. Let me hand over to him to just close on our side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Just to say that we do our best given the constraints that's actually there. I mean, the whole digital budget was cut by 50% 2 years ago. And in effect, that's pushed out our development timelines significantly given the cut in the budget, which is the fiscal constraints under which we operate. However, the CSIR has always consistently supported the actual development and the nature of the government imperative. Just the one thing I want to mention is the issue didn't come across quite strongly on rural connectivity. The issue of rural connectivity is being largely promoted by the whole satellite system. And the problem with low Earth orbit satellites is that it destroys the astronomy economy, which South Africa has been working with for some time with the SKA and all of those components. So low Earth orbit satellites is not necessarily good technology for Southern Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, in fact. And there are competing technologies. There's the TARA system, which is being trialed at the moment in Africa, which is a terrestrial-based laser system, effectively that can connect people much cheaper than a satellite-based system. So all the things which are coming into the program, but they're not there yet for South Africa in terms of trying to address some of those issues. And the CSIR is quite critical in relation to that. The other issue I just want to close on is that combining the CSIR's natural science technical capability with the social sciences has been an interesting experience, trying to get people to actually move out of their comfort zones and seeing the consequences of science and technology development. And with that, I think, from the DCI, we certainly have a good relationship with the CSIR as well as with the DCDT. That relationship has certainly improved over the last 2 years in terms of the engaging with each other as well and being on platforms together. Thanks a lot.
Chair, over to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity from the CSIR. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
We are also really grateful for the engagements and the comprehensive answers that you have given. If you feel that from the questions that arose from the conversations, there is something that you really want to expand on to empower the committee, please feel free to write to the portfolio committee to just enhance whatever answer you think is necessary for our information. Thank you, we really appreciate you. Is there someone from the department who wants to have a 2 minutes bite so that you also express your views also on the questions that related also to the work that you do and the collaborations that you have with the CSIR? DCDT. In the interest of time, because I don't think members really budgeted to be here. I know I had put in an apology for early departure at 2:30, but DCDT, you know that we've got ways to communicate with the portfolio committee and yourselves. So if there's anything else that you think you want to highlight to the portfolio committee, please feel free to do so. Colleagues, I see Ms. Hajira has sent a notice of a meeting for perhaps maybe I should then excuse CSIR so that we can just deal with one housekeeping matter. But as the portfolio committee and on behalf of the chairperson, we do thank you and appreciate the engagement that we have had so far. So you do not need to stay for the housekeeping matter that we are going to deal with before we close the meeting. Re a leboga.
Re a leboga. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Ms. Hajira.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Blessed weekend. Ms. Hajira, with the notice that you have issued today, can we then presume that there has been an approval from the House Chairperson for the meeting to go on?
Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson. Yes, while we were in the meeting, we received the approval and therefore I send it out immediately. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, thank you, Ms. Hajira. You will know that I note your hand, Honorable Shara. Please give me a minute. Colleagues, you know that Tuesday was not a set meeting for us, but with the developments of us not being able to deal with ICASA this afternoon, request has been made to the House Chairperson for us to have a sitting on Tuesday. Please note that and your attendance will be highly appreciated. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to check, please can we have a draft program as well on Tuesday? Because
for the
we
third
have
term,
for the second
term, yes.
Well, okay, whichever term it relates to. Yes, Chair. Because I think that when we are scheduled to come back, I think there's weeks that are allocated for oversight. So I think they just need to look at that and that we know when we're having our first meetings and what's on the program, because otherwise, how do we start the next term? What will be the first meeting and what will it be about? So I think if that could be presented at the meeting as well, it would be useful. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure Ms. Hajira can do that so that at least we are all on the same page when we and by the time we end this term. That would be appreciated. Colleagues, if there's no other matter before the portfolio committee, allow me to thank the Minister, the DCDT, SAPO, the Business Rescue Practitioners, CSIR delegation, yourselves and the staff, and indeed fellow South Africans for this fruitful engagement that we have had this morning, and really wish you all a pleasant weekend ahead. Until we meet again next week, Tuesday, this meeting stays adjourned. Thank you, honorable members.
Long live the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live Chair. COVID-19.